Good evening. Call to order, please. We have a quorum. May we have the roll call? Gail.
Mayor Sticks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Here.
Councilmember Blatz is here. Councilmember Francina?
Here.
Councilmember Haney?
Present.
Thank you very much, Gail. And welcome everyone to the December 14th meeting of the Ojai City Council. Would you like to lead us in the pledge, please, Bill?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, everybody stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow, there's a nice echo here. All right, we will move on. Approval of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Ryan?
Sorry. Aye. You guys were on mute there for the Pledge of Allegiance, so I was trying to get things squared away, texting over there. But it looks like you guys are good now.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we will move on to the presentations. We'll begin with the Lifetime Achievement Award for the Arts Commission. So here to present, or online to present, is Marcy Toscher.
Marcy, this is Gail. Are you signed in as Stephen Toscher?
Yes, she's listed as Stephen Toscher.
Okay. So you should be able to speak now if you can unmute yourself. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is.
There at the bottom.
Okay,
Yay.
I think I'm online. I'm all on board.
You are. We
So
can
any-
hear you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry for the delay. Hi, everybody. I'm so pleased to be able to present this word to Joe Sohm. So I have a few remarks, and then we'll watch a video that Joe created. I think you'll really enjoy it. Anyway, here we go. Andrew Wyeth, one of the most popular artists of the 20th century, was a realist painter, sometimes referred to as the painter of the people, due to his work's appeal to the American public. He captured America. Similarly, Will Rogers, the American stage and film actor, vaudevillian, cowboy, humorist, newspaper columnist, and social observer, used words to capture the American experience. He creatively shared his observations in live performances, incorporating his rope skills with folksy humor and insightful commentary. Woody Guthrie wrote and performed folk music, also portraying the American experience in stirring and expressive, straightforward simplicity and honesty. Joe Sohm's chosen genres, photography and words, likewise display a unique ability to tell a distinctively American story with both nostalgia and hopeful points of view. Joe leverages his background as both a student and teacher of history to inform us, inspire us, and remind us. In nearly 30 years, he has photographed all 50 states, and his work has appeared over 50,000 times in publications such as National Geographic, Time, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, and also CNN, ABC, PBS, and MSNBC. President Clinton selected one of Joe's photos for his memoir, My Life. Firmly believing in small d democracy, Joe also provided President Reagan an image for him to use. Joe has taken his multimedia creations across America. He's performed at colleges, universities, and events to rave reviews. He chats with the audience, sharing anecdotes, observations, and stories against the backdrop of his imagery. Videos are shared with voiceover performed by Clint Eastwood and musically scored with original compositions by Alan and Marilyn Bergman, with Ojai's Roger Kellaway on piano and musical legends like Patty Austin. Joe's award-winning book, Visions of America, contains images and depth and scope of the American experience, its people, its highways and byways, its vistas, its heartache, and its hope. It's a book for the people and of the people. Americana, Joe's images, words, performances, and stories. It's honest and true. His love for all things American and his love for democracy is consistent with his decision to make stock photos available to all people, rather than rarefied art available only to a select few. The city of Ojai recently acquired 2 pieces, which you'll see on display in council chambers. You'll see it tonight. Joe is an Ojai artist with a worldwide reputation, yet he humbly retains the Ojai. He is an honorary member of Ojai Studio Artists, and his lovely and talented artist and wife, Leslie, is also a member of OSA. Joe is profiled by Focus on the Masters. It's my pleasure now to turn this over to Mayor Sticks to present Joe Somm with the 2021 Lifetime Achievement in the Arts Award. But first, please enjoy this short film by Joe, featuring images captured of a younger Joe, taken by the source of his inspiration, his father. It is beautifully woven together, and you can see the influence of Joe's father on Joe's life work and his sensitive, hopeful, and nostalgic eye for all things quintessentially American. Don't worry, this is not your average home movie. Thank you, Joe, the City of Ojai, and my fellow arts commissioners for making this special award possible this year.
In my hometown, houses had white picket fences, streets were named after trees, and shops had colorful awnings. We didn't lock our doors, and dogs didn't know about leash laws. Just outside St. Louis is where I grew up, on Main Street, USA.
The front door could do with a new coat of paint, but the mat on the porch still says welcome. The mailbox is there, but its numbers are faint. It's a place that you want to call home. The tree that you climbed doesn't seem quite as tall, but its apples are sweet as September. Each bend in the road has a sight you recall. It's a place that you want to call home. Nothing like a small town to put you at ease. Everybody always says thank you and please. Barnyards and schoolyards, hay rides and sleigh rides and more. Your yesterday's there before you. Deep down in your soul, something peaceful is stirred. There's a reason it's known as the heartland. The sound that you hear is the song of a bird, and the voice of the city, nowhere to be heard. And the sun is as warm as the smile on your face. In this place that you want to call home. This place that you want to call home. Nothing like a small town to put you at ease. Everybody always says thank you and please. Barnyards and schoolyards, hay rides and sleigh rides and more. Your yesterday's there before you. Deep down in your soul, something peaceful is stirred. There's a reason it's known as the heartland. The sound that you hear is the song of a bird, and the voice of the city's nowhere to be heard. And the sun is as warm as the smile on your face. In this place that you want to call home, this place that you want to call home.
Thank you so much, Marcy, and thank you, Joe. What a beautiful film. Made me completely homesick for the Midwest. So, I just want, on behalf of the city, thank you so much, Joe, for all that you've given to both the city and to our country, and loving democracy so much in this beautiful way. So, thank you from us to you. And a beautiful award up here.
Guess I need to put my mask back on. So,
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Let me show the audience. Wow, this is great. Wow, made in Ojai. This lifetime achievement in the arts. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
That is beautiful.
I'd just like to say a couple remarks. Hello back there, hello up here. And thanks, Marcy, for that wonderful introduction. Did I write that or what? I mean, that was very nice. And members of the council, Mayor Sticks, and all of you, really, because my project has mostly been with the idea of photographing democracy. But it beckons a question. How do you capture an idea on film? And that's kept me motivated for 35 years. So it's my ticket to photographing every president, both parties, all the small towns, the big cities. But as I look at all of you and all of you, I realize I'm witnessing democracy live right now. Whether it's putting a traffic light in that some will want and some won't, a bike path, or even a pickleball court. Pickleball. And we all know if Johnny Carson was alive tonight and reciting from the Ojai newspaper, the pickleball would be the lead story. So, you know, they say you can choose where, you can't choose where you were born, but you can choose where you choose to live. And I have to say the wisest decision my wife and I, Leslie seated over here, ever made was out of all the small towns in America, which were in that video, we chose what we feel is the best town in 1995, and we feel the same in 2021. I mean, after all, Ojai is the place that gave the world rescue dogs. It gave AARP. We believe it's one of the first, if not the first, of the Ojai Studio Artists Guild, and that's what Leslie is a member of, and I'm a member of. So, and it's also inventor of the cell phone. So, I'd like to conclude my remarks by saying that the video that we just saw was really small towns across the United States. And having grown up in a small town, Webster Groves, outside of St. Louis, Missouri, in the Midwest, like our mayor, it just gave me a chance to replant my roots here in the town that we all love. A personal note, all of that featured my father's footage, which I thought didn't exist. And then I called up my sister and said, hey, Betty, she was in that, the little girl with the red dress. Said, how about that footage? And they said, well, I threw it away. And it turned out her husband took it and sent it out after me waiting 30 years to ask her that question. All the footage was salvaged. So anyway, the reason I chose that video was because there was another famous resident in Ojai that we probably know about, which is Thornton Wilder, who wrote the play Our Town, the most famous play in the history, probably of the world, Shakespeare. But it's been, that play, Our Town, is played every night, 365 nights a year around the world. And according to Brett and Ojai Quarterly, in their article, there is extensive speculation that when Thornton Wilder chose to attend Thatcher School, he was influenced by Ojai, and Ojai became the basis of his thinking for the town, Grover's Corner. So I'll conclude with this lovely note that he wrote in that play. And I will take this off if I can get it untangled. So I'm going to have a copy of this play put in that cornerstone so that 1,000 years from now, people will know a few simple facts about us. This is the way we were in our growing up, in our marrying, in our living, and in our dying. Thornton Wilder. And once again, I'd like to thank the Arts Commission for selecting me as this Lifetime Achievement Awards. I feel like you could have chosen hundreds of people in Ojai. So tonight I'm the lucky one, and hopefully tomorrow you will be. Thanks much.
Thank you so much, Joe, and congratulations. We'll move on to the presentation of the 2021 Historic Preservation Commission Awards, and we have Brian Akins here to start it off.
Mayor Sticks, council members, we're happy to present tonight the Historic Preservation Commission Awards. We have two award categories. We have one that is for our annual award. Doesn't necessarily mean that these items happen just in this year, but sometimes we're just catching up for other years. The second, so we'll do that presentation. I'll bring two individuals up that were selected, and their suggestions were ratified by the council. Thank you, council members. And then we have our second category, which is for the Lifetime Achievement. And I'm sure you'll recognize the two individuals when we bring them up and share that award with them. So first of all, we would like to recognize Claire Hill. Why don't you come over here instead of hiding in the corner? Okay. Do you have any family members here?
My husband.
Okay, hey.
I wouldn't let the girls come because they have to drive too far in this weather, and I said, no, I'd worry about them all night long getting here.
Yeah, I think I might have worried about black ice today. You never know. So Clara's here with us, standing directly behind us. Maybe one of the first times Terry's actually been backstage, huh?
Great.
So, again, Terry Hill is behind us. Terry Hill is a Lifetime Achievement Award winner of the Historic Preservation. But we're talking about Claire Hill. I've known Claire and Terry for
Years.
years, good years, great years. Been in her house and spent many hours talking with Terry, and that was just one conversation. So Claire Hill moved to Ojai in 1964, started her teaching career here where she taught for 40 years. After retirement, Claire served on the Ojai Valley Museum Board for 9 years, helping to maintain the archives and support the history of Ojai through the work of the museum. I can agree with that. We were on the board together and loved serving together. I loved the artwork she did for all of our invitations. So if we were sending invitations out to different events, we called Claire. She's amazing. Claire's husband of 61 years, directly behind me, is Terry Hill, who served on the Historic Preservation Commission for 25 plus years and is knowledgeable in all kinds of things, including European wood carvings, which is something we just harvested out of the olive mill house. So we're going to get that to Terry to take a look at that. Claire's direct support and involvement of the Hill family's commitment to Ojai preservation has been unwavering over the nearly 60 years that she and Terry have lived here. Also, these are just abbreviations of the biographies that are in our October 14th agenda. So if you'd like to find out more individual information on these individuals, October 14th. And Claire, I would now like to present you to Mayor Sticks, if you wouldn't mind going up. She has something for you.
Congratulations, Claire, and thank you so much for all the service to our community and just making it a more beautiful place. So.
Can I say something? I will. I'd like to thank, first of all, I'd like to thank the Historic Preservation Commission. At heart, I was never a real historian, but after 60 years of being married to Terry and being the tag-along historian in the family, it kind of got under my skin. But I was, excuse me, born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area. So when I came to Ojai in 1960, I was a big town girl, a big city girl. And when I arrived here, I think we had 2 stoplights, and I thought, oh my Lord, what has this man done to me? It took me about 4 months to acclimate, and after that, believe me, I am at heart a small town girl. And I love Ojai, and I thank you all. I thank all the kids I've taught over the years because we had great times and learning the history of this town and the funny names of the streets and why they're named that. And it's just a wonderful place for kids to grow up and a wonderful place for people to get older. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you very much, Terry. Okay, for our next recipient for an annual award, I was trying to think of what I should dress up with. And you know, I was going back to Ojai Day, and I'm missing the prison garb that I walked around in Ojai Day in, advertising the jail. I almost wore them tonight. And if you'd brought the Ojai police car, you could have got pictures of you and I both standing up there against it and being frisked. So if you've come down to the jail during Ojai Day and you've seen the Ojai police car, Dwayne Bauer's responsible for that. And that's just absolutely just one of the vehicles in one of the historic entities. Just a little bit of information on Dwayne. Dwayne Bauer was born and raised in the Ojai Valley. Dwayne notes that his life was heavily influenced by his father, Bud Bauer. His father and his uncle farmed tomatoes and harvested crop to Los Angeles in a 38 truck. Next came a 42 Chevy truck used to make that haul. Let's see, you have the 38, but you don't have the 42? Okay, I thought I got that right. The 42 is the one vehicle that got away. He regrets it to this day. We interviewed him. His dad went on to found Bud Bauer Trucking. I'm sure many of you Ojai Van Lines and Ojai Van Lines Mayflower. You may have been moved, probably moved in more than moved out. Well, let's hope so. In each of these, Dwayne was heavily involved, and vehicles were added to the collection, in case you haven't seen those moving trucks. They'll be there someday at one of the Ojai days. For Dwayne, his personal portion of the collection began at age 14. His collection includes a 1948 truck, a 1929 Packard, Bill Baker's panel truck, the Ojai police car, which is a authentic 1959 Edsel personal vehicle, sold here in Ojai. Real Edsel, fake police car, just trying to make that clear, trying to be truthful. A 1959 Chevy and Zadie, this is a crowning achievement, the Zadie Sewell wagon buggy, which I believe was at Ojai Day 3 years ago. Actually debuted 3 years ago. And it's amazing, truly amazing. He also has a 1917 white truck in which Dwayne restored it and displays it at Ojai events. So I'd like to bring Dwayne Bauer up here. I should have brought you up at the beginning. There we go. Elbow, pump, pump. So again, every fall we call Dwayne and make sure that Ojai police car is going to be there. And it always is. Interesting note, a few years back, we had this group. It was kind of late. They straggled in. There were, multiple generations, and they looked at this car, and they were having a good time. And I started explaining to them what the history was, and they said, yeah, that's my dad. So it was wonderful to meet Dwayne's family. Good. So Dwayne, I'm going to invite you, if you'd go up to Mayor Sticks. She has an award to present.
Thank you, Dwayne, and that's quite a collection. Thank you for bringing so much joy to our community for so long. And a lot of you will remember James's picture on the paper in front of that police car. It's very impressive. So, yeah, congratulations. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that this whole thing is just wonderful to be able to be presented by this too. But like I said, I was born and raised in Ojai and always wanted to stay here. And a Nordhoff graduate with my wife, Marilyn, also a Nordhoff graduate. And been married over nearly 55 years and raised in the Miners Oaks Ranch House up on the hill. So when my dad and uncle did all the farming and the tomatoes and a lot of things out there where the high school is now and up at the Y and stuff like that too. So it's been wonderful, and I've always collected a lot of the Ojai history items, street signs and whatever. But even like he did mention my first car when I was 14, it was Pop Soper's Packard up the canyon at the boxing training camp. Jack Dempsey was one of the famous boxers to come out of there. So it's something I always wanted, and I still have it today. And all. So, but a lot of Ojai history, automobiles and things. So it just really is really meant a lot to me and the family and all too. And it was when I got out of the Navy in the late 60s, they were trying to put a freeway through Ojai. So we fought that, and we fought it twice. So, I mean, the minor things that we do now are kind of small. But really, we have tried to preserve Ojai, and we have. So, and it has changed a little, but it's still Ojai, and that's the way we love it. So, okay, again, thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Brian.
We have such wonderful people in this town that bring us such great memories and restore and keep the history going for us. Now, is a time for the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to bring up Marion Cricket Twitchell. Cricket accused me of tracking her down in a thick forest on top of the hill in Maine to first call her about this. I can just picture her walking around the forest going, okay, Brian, okay, I've got a bar, let's talk. No, I've known Cricket for a long time, and she is just a wonderful person. She is volunteered for many things. She has been a member of the Historic Preservation Commission. We're going to get to that right now. Cricket was heavily influenced by her father to give back to the community. And since she has, she and her husband and her 3 children moved to Thatcher School in 1969 and lived on campus for 33 years. Cricket's mother also heavily influenced her life. Her mother loved history. Kind of thinking that might be where the bug came from. She got her nickname, okay, here it is. She got her nickname in college. In the town that they were in, there was a cricket club. And if I remember right, you had a friend, and then she had another person known as Marion. And she said, well, I'm just going to call you Cricket.
Yeah, because it was the Marion, Pennsylvania, Marion Cricket Club. Yeah, so I'm named after a game.
And she's been enjoying the nickname ever since. To know just a few things, Cricket developed the Ojai Downtown Walking Tour straight from Savannah, Georgia, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, if you've been to Savannah, Georgia, we're happy that they brought that from back there to here because it's a beautiful town just as Ojai is. She has been on the Ojai Valley Museum Board for 16 to 18 years and served for 6 years on the Historic Preservation Commission, as well as a longtime board member of the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy, another group that we all know and we all love. So, Cricket, I would like to invite you if you'd go up to Mayor Sticks. She has a Lifetime Achievement Award for you.
All right.
You're welcome. Yeah, come back and after you get your award, then.
Congratulations, Cricket. Thank you so much for all that you've given to our community.
Well, everybody knows that I love to tell stories about Ojai, and if it's Ojai history, I can just blab away, and I'm going to spare you because I have 2 grandchildren here who have a lot of homework to do, and I had assured them this would only take 10 minutes, and so for their sake, I'm zipping my lip and just saying thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you, Cricket. And Cricket is here with her, how many years was that? A lot. 59 years, her husband, Terry. Both people who have worked very hard for those 33 years to support and benefit the Thatcher School. Okay, at this time, I'm not sure if you know who the next annual recipient is, because, you know, they set a name tag out for him. And I said, I'm not sure anybody knows who you are, so I'm going to put this on your, just in case. And so, right here on my left, Alan, you want to stay there or do you want to come up? Do you want to stay sitting or do you want to come up and join me? Here's the. Okay, here we go. Okay, so coming up to join us is Alan Rains, one of the best known and best loved Ojai residents. He does have his name tag on, but I'm going to relieve him of that. So we all know Alan. We've known him for years. I love that Alan and his wife have stayed in the same house that they bought all those years ago. Made it even more beautiful with each doing, but we're glad to have him here. I'm going to read just a short blurb. In 1914, Alan Raines' grandfather purchased the small hardware store built in 1874.
That's right. Picture left top.
Oh, there we go. It was wonderful. He recalls it was a wonderful old store with wooden sidewalks out front. In 1917, he said a fire raged through the Ojai Valley. His grandfather put a note on the store urging people to take what they needed to put out the flames. He never lost a dime, Raines says. They all settled up. That's how our community is, even now. After college, he came home to run the family business and has successfully owned and managed Raines Department Store for over 50 years through all economic upturns and downturns without losing the character and quality that anchor the largest business in the arcade. Thank you, Mayor Sticks. So Mayor Sticks is on our left. She's going to come over and present you the Lifetime Achievement Award, Alan.
Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you for all that you've given to our community for so many years. We are so grateful to you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me here. I wondered why I was here. I thought it must be a mistake. Preservation is not really what I think of myself. I'm a builder. We take something small and we try to make it better. Couple of highlights, Nordhoff Stadium. I was in chair of that when we built that. But probably the thing I'm most proud of, because I'm proud of my wife, Jan. Well, we try to work as a team. Sometimes we're successful. One of the things I am proud of is years ago, the Ojai Hospital was owned by out-of-state hospital corporation. Every 3 or 4 years, they would sell it to another out-of-state corporate. And we had a local board that was supposed to represent the out-of-state people and local people. Well, this went on, and of course, the out-of-state people just took the money off the profits, put nothing back in the hospitals, and we had our little local board, and we finally said, we've got to stop this. And so we decided we were going to buy it. And I could remember Jim Halverson, doctor, said to me, who I was chair of the board, he said, Alan, go buy that hospital. And I said, oh, good. We'll certainly do that. We have $38,000 in the bank. A year later, we bought that hospital. Now, listen to these numbers. We bought the hospital for $2.5 million. It had collectible receivables for $1.5 million. That purchase also included the Oak Clinic in Oakview. I am proud of being part of the community. We do have, as you all recognize, something special here in Ojai, and hopefully we can try to preserve our part of it. We know that we can't save the world, but we want to try to save Ojai and the culture of Ojai. Once again, let me remind myself and everybody, my wife is my partner, and we work as a team. Thank you so much for thinking of me.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much.
Well, and I would just like to say thank you, Brian, and thank you, Marcy, and all of our commissioners for doing all the wonderful work that you do. And we're so lucky to have to live in a community where people give back so much. So
Yes.
thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with public comment.
So much for 9:30.
What?
So much for ending at 9:30.
Maybe the agenda items
No, not gonna happen. Okay.
Mayor, Bill, tell her to close the door over there.
Someone's microphone is on. Your microphone's on too.
I know. Gavel the door closed.
What door?
Gavel that door closed.
What door? What door are we trying to close?
Get the people out of the foyer.
Okay.
It's just like school. It's like school.
Wrong one. Well, we just need to ask those folks to bring you down. Huh?
By far the most participation in any city in Nobody else is doing like this.
Can you hear me? No, still not on. Okay, call to order, please. We will begin the public comment. Could we have silence, please, in the house? Thank you. We have a lot of public comment, so if y'all could just come to quiet. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And we will begin our public comment with Mr. Howard Cho. And just a reminder, in terms of public communication, this is the time when you can comment on items that are not on the agenda. So we will not be discussing them. So I just want you to know that we're not ignoring you. We are listening, though. Yeah. Oh, and we are going to limit, because of so many people, we will limit public comment to 2 minutes. And thank you, Gail, for being the timekeeper. So thank you, Mr. Cho.
Good evening, Council people. Actually, I had planned on going last. We have a group of pickleball players who have organized. We have organized our presentation to the council members. So with your permission, we would like to take I think it's 5 or 6 people in order. And the first person we would like to speak is Maggie Serino.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. The cold and nerves, the dastardly duo. As a teen, tennis held my heart. Looking back, I'm proud to have placed second in the junior division of the Ojai Tennis Tournament back in 1966, when I was 14 years old. Don't do the math. But in 2005, after years of pounding the court, I had a knee replacement, and tennis was left on the sidelines. About 5 years ago, my brother and Kauai introduced me to this game with a crazy name, pickleball. Oh my gosh, and I found my way back on the court again, holding an oversized pickle paddle, ping pong-like thing, and chasing around a wiffle ball filled with holes. And it was pure fun. I was hooked. I found pickleball to be great exercise, even for a player of my age and physical challenges. And unlike any other sport, pickleball is inclusive for players of all ages, backgrounds, physical abilities, and athletic experiences. I brought a petition for you guys, gals, excuse me, and that I circulated among pickleball players on the courts during 6 days of play these past 2 weeks. And what you're going to see is 72 signatures of active players who utilize these pickleball courts, right a stone's throw, or a pickle wiffle ball throw. And some of these signatures, let's see, some of them play once a week, others play probably every day during the week, or try to. And the petition reads, "We, the undersigned, petition the city of Ojai to support the pickleball community, present and future, by maintaining and building upon the ability of our Ojai residents to have access to the courts needed to support this vital sport. And I know it's a crazy sport, and we're full of a lot of enthusiasm. And thank you for letting us. Thank you very much. Oh. Do I give it to? Hey.
Hey.
Thank you, Maggie.
Our next speaker is Jim McCarthy.
Hi. Yeah, Jim McCarthy. I live in Miners Oaks, and I just love to play pickleball and love the friendships I've made playing pickleball. I'm here. I think we're all here because we're afraid of losing a place to play together. What started as one person, namely Tim Kraut, has grown to maybe a couple of hundred, I think, in total now. I'm not sure about that, but it's there's a lot of people involved, and it's growing fast. Daily, there's lots of us now. I've counted as many as 30 to 50 people out on the courts in a day. For those of you and listening elsewhere who don't know, here's a little history. We started out playing at Matilaha and junior high school tennis courts, but the hours there were very limiting. And Soul Park was out with only one pickleball court. We explored the possibility of playing at Libby Park, but right here in the city council and along with the tennis community, it was resisted. So right around that time, I just happened to be having lunch with some friends and Mayor Johnny Johnston. He suggested the old City Hall tennis court right out here, and that possibly it could be converted. Before long, you, the council, okayed the idea, so it turns out that you and our group are actually co-conspirators in our pickleball conundrum. After your approval, our tax dollars paid for new asphalt, and we really appreciated that. We really did. So we started a GoFundMe campaign, raised thousands of dollars. We sealed the asphalt that was laid, painted the courts, bought and installed nets, and it was a lot of work, and as a result, we have some beautiful courts. I think everyone would agree. We felt finally that we had a home. But to use a metaphor, our home was a small 2-bedroom apartment with God knows how many kids on the way. And then, as we know, there have been neighbor complaints. And in the response, the city erected acoustic treatment to the south and east of the courts, and we know that there are still neighbor complaints, several neighbors from what I've heard. But to sum up, after all this, we're still afraid of having no place to play. And there's a whole lot more of us now. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. With your permission, Mayor, our next speaker is Tim Kraut.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. It's always been my understanding that the public parks were established to provide recreation opportunities for the public good. In fact, most of the Ojai parks were donated to the city for public use and enjoyment by generous families who realize the importance of public recreation areas for use by the community. What I see now are individuals that want to dictate the use of a public park area. They want to control the days, the time, the hours of public use. I don't think this is what the families that donated these properties had in mind. You, as our elected officials, need to be mindful of this and not let a few individuals dictate what the majority can do. A few individuals should not be able to restrict the use of any public recreation facility. Please show the community that you care about them and want to provide more recreation opportunities for all Valley residents, young and old. Pickleball is one of the few sports that can be enjoyed equally by young and the elderly. We have players of all ages on the Ojai courts. Outdoor activities are good for health and well-being of all ages. Pickleball is also a very social activity, providing social interaction, which is a tremendous benefit to those participating. Our pickleball numbers continue to grow. We have had a large increase during this pandemic because it has given people a physical outdoor activity and great socializing, which was needed by all. Since we started, my wife and I, in October 2017, our group has continuously grown. The last 12 to 14 months saw tremendous growth due to having a local, permanent, inviting place to play. We now have over 150 players signed up, and that's not counting the numerous visitors that come into town and those players that come only occasionally. We obviously need more space. Last October Day, we had another 40 people sign up and many youth participating for the first time. As you contemplate about the use of the public pickleball courts, please remember your own recreation mission statement. That is, the Ojai Recreation Department seeks to enhance the physical and mental well-being of Ojai citizens by creating and offering a wide variety of accessible activities. I think that we have just added a huge activity for all citizens. Thank you.
I hope we're not going too fast, Mayor, but our next speaker is Mrs. Julia Macy.
Hi, my name is Julia. I have white hair, I have a lot of wrinkles, and I'm 86 years old. I play pickleball, and I love it. It's good exercise, it makes me sweat, I meet people, it's camaraderie, and for me, of course, it's a joyful noise. To others, I understand it's not a joyful noise, and I want, in a way, to walk in their shoes for a moment. And as I do that, I use the metaphor of the 6 blind men and the elephant. And if most of you probably know that metaphor, but 6 blind men were moved to different parts of the elephant and then asked to say, what does an elephant look like, or what does an elephant feel like? And of course, they all came in with different ideas, because one was at the tail and one was at the trunk and so on. So from that point of view, with those people who are adverse to our using this court, I say they're right. They're seeing a different part of the elephant. And if we were just heard that there were 150 people on the email list, I know, for this sport. And if you're looking at the greatest good for the greatest number of people, I think that should be taken into your psyches. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. With your permission, Mayor, our next speaker is Brad Weidlich.
Pickleball is for the children. This activity surges me with innocence, fascination, and happiness. Pickleball is a gateway sport. Tennis, ping pong, paddle tennis, racquetball, badminton, squash. Incredible. This semester, I thrived as the recess teacher. One of the highlights of our class was our adventures to the City Hall pickleball courts. Students thrive with little or no coaching. They were free to play. Play being the essential essence of the activity. Physical literacy is a priority to me. 7-year-olds, 70-year-olds can unite with a paddle and a ball. I'm all in for solutions and growth in this wonderful game. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Doug. Continuing, Mayor, our next speaker is Patrick Murphy.
Patrick.
You're a lot better looking than Pat.
Thank you, thank you. Patrick asked me to convey what he wanted to say. He has a physical health issue that prevents him from coming out in the night air when it's so cold. So this is what he wanted to relay to you. Without the Wild Academy renting courts, the Libby facilities is empty 80% of the time or more. With the average age increasing in Ojai, tennis players are dwindling. Pickleball is rising. The council is missing a huge opportunity to develop this program and do the same for pickleball that Ojai has done for tennis. As you all know, and I'm sure you know Patrick Murphy, he was a longtime member of the Ojai Park and Recs Commission, and he taught tennis for many years here in Ojai. So thank you.
Ma'am, can we get your name? Can we get her name?
That was Brenda Kraut.
Linda Kraut?
Yes,
Thank you.
speaking on behalf of Patrick Murphy. So our next speaker, Mayor, is Leslie Clark.
Hello, my name is Leslie Clark. I was born in Ojai. My great-grandfather got here in 1868. I owned Nomad Art Gallery for 25 years on Ojai Avenue. That is to say, I have a history of caring about Ojai. Ojai is the wonderful town that we all love because its citizens care and speak up to make it better. That's why the pickleball community is here tonight. You, the city council, made a great decision to have the sad old tennis courts repaved and gave us permission to improve them. So we spent our own money and labor to finish them, and this beautiful addition to our city parks got so popular that within a year we've outgrown them. Isn't that an indication that you made a good decision for the majority? You made and you made a lot of voters happy. Ojai is already benefiting from the pickleball's popularity and could benefit more. Local players shop at our businesses. Tourists come to play, stay, eat, and shop. To accommodate locals and tourists, we need more space, not less. Start by giving us Court 6 at Libby. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. The Ojai Valley Racquet Club recognized this and installed 4 courts, with more in the works. The Ojai Valley Inn calls us frequently with requests from their clients. Other towns are building facilities for tournaments and sensibly trying to monopolize on this craze. Why not Ojai? We're already a tennis town. It's a perfect fit. Although we are part of Libby Park, we have more restricted hours, and all of our players respected that. We even helped you build the sound mitigating wall for the neighbors. According to the administrative report from February 2020, the decibels generated fell within acceptable limits when all 4 courts were in use. It stated that the noise level does not appear to be unreasonable for a public park or facility. So what are your grounds for closing us down? The courts are beautiful and successful addition to our Ojai City parks. To leave them unused and deteriorating would be a bad decision. Please don't follow your good decision with a bad one. Expand pickleball, don't shrink it.
Thank you, Leslie. I think we have someone appearing via Zoom, Alan Ball. Bell, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bell, you can speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is Alan Bell. I'm at 908 East Aliso. What everybody's saying was great, and I sort of was going along the lines of, I live next to Sarasota Park, my wife and I, and we were interested in the process that would allow neighbors to, you know, limit the activities and things that can go on in a park. Because I know living next to the Sarasota that the lights and the sounds can be annoying. So that was sort of my line of thought, is that if we are going down this road of limiting hours and activities that can occur at a park, that us being next to one, that would allow us to also venture down that path. So that was the only point I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Mayor, with your permission, our next, second to last speaker is Mr. Brenton Butler.
Hello. So I started playing pickleball like a year ago. I'm a self-employed business owner in town and didn't have business a year ago. And it was a great physical outlet in these trying times during a pandemic. And what I want to talk about is what I see on the court, and what makes me so proud to play and be there is when you have kids, and not only the young and old, but people of different socio-economic status that can come together and, regardless of political views or background, can play a game and learn and teach from each other. And I see kids that maybe they come and they find some sense of structure that they need, or discipline, or just a friend to show them a sport. And it's such an accessible sport that I don't see in basketball, baseball, traditional sports. I know that there's kids and people that go out there that were told that they couldn't play sports in high school, or assumed that they couldn't play sports, or they didn't fit that role. And what I love about pickleball so much is you don't gotta look like a tennis player. You don't gotta look like you got money. All you gotta do is show up with your paddle. Not even that, we'll give you one, and just give me all you got. And you're my best friend for that time being. And anybody can do that. And if you take away the public option of such a rising sport, you're limiting the chance of some kid who doesn't have much to find that thing that gets him through the day, or gets him through a pandemic when he don't even know if he's going to be able to open his business tomorrow. And a kid who a year ago had maybe one friend outside of pickleball, and now I got to spend 3 days a week with people I am honored to call friends. And we may not talk about anything, but if you come out there and play with me and you give it your all, man, we're more than friends. We're family. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenton. He's one of the better dressed pickleball players I've seen. Fortunately, we're not all like him. I am fairly new. I've lived here in Ojai for about 45 years, and I am fairly new to the sport, having started playing about 8 months ago, and I must say it's been a lifesaver for myself and for many people that I know. As you can tell from the prior speakers, this is an extremely popular sport, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. The other part of this sport is that we have players from all over the country coming here, playing at our courts, and they uniformly tell us that we have the best courts in the entire nation. And so this is generating tremendous goodwill and enhancing the reputation for the city of Ojai. So that's another accolade for our small town, and what a great place this is. And it's growing. So obviously, having started playing pickleball just recently, I've started hearing about some of the problems that we players are being faced with, and so I've heard about the neighbors complaining and so on and so forth. And I'll tell you, my initial reaction to hearing this and then taking the time to stand there on the pickleball courts is to say to myself, well, you know something, that pickleball sound could be a little bit harmful, not harmful, but distracting or not pleasant, however word you want to use. And my thinking was, well, you know, I always want to help my neighbors if I can. So I was thinking, well, is there anything we can do to help our neighbors if they are suffering so? Well, I came up with an idea of perhaps utilizing a quiet paddle. And I talked to Tim Kraut about this possibility of either having many players use these quiet paddles or even mandating it. Although a lot of players, I think, would push back on that. As you can see, they're expensive. And there's not a uniform response from the pickleball community. But I say that just to show you that the members of the pickleball community do care, and we're trying to find a solution to help all of our neighbors, including the ones who are complaining. So what really got me involved in this is that about a week ago, Councilman Wyrick invited some of us to come out to Court 6, and a bunch of the homeowners were present as well, and Councilman Wyrick was in charge of conducting the sound tests. And at that time, I got to meet Dale Hansen, right over here, Mary Wargo, Karen Quimby, and other people and the staff involved in taking the sound measurements. And in talking to the neighbors and so forth, I asked myself, well, what do they want? And I was advised that they were in full support of our desire to shut this place down and move over to Court 6. And I'm thinking to myself, where in the hell did that come from? It didn't come from us. We want to stay here. This is the most beautiful court in the entire United States. So I started researching it further, and like Leslie says, the sound measurements taken by the city staff fall within reasonable levels. Now, just recently, in further investigation of this by myself, I asked one of the complaining homeowners if they would allow me to go into one of the homes to see for myself how loud it is. And to this request, she told me that, well, you know, whether or not someone complains is totally subjective. And I might be put off by the sound, but it's like the elephant story. Someone else may be totally against it.
Mr. Cho, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in all fairness, I'm going to have to ask you to, because
Okay.
we have 2 minutes each, so.
I understand.
Thank
Bear
you.
with me, Mayor, I'm almost done. So in any event, my point in making this statement is that it's totally subjective. And I'll cut my comments shorter. What are the noise levels in the complaining people's homes? We know what the ambient pickleball sounds are outside. If the sounds are 50 decibels, that would be, or less, that would be akin to hearing light rainfall. And to me, being a subjective person, if it's at that level, then I question whether or not a homeowner be reasonably, would it be reasonable for that homeowner to complain? So I'd leave that with you.
Okay, we are going to have
Thank
to
you.
ask you to wrap it
Yeah.
up.
Thank you
One
very
last
much.
comment.
Well, we need to be
It's-
fair to the other
It's
speakers.
just
that
not
asked
fair.
questions.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and just a reminder for public comment, there's a little button on the podium, and when it turns red, that means the 2 minutes are up. So if we can all just be mindful of that, and respect each other, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Cho, appreciate that. Next up, we have, next we have Cindy Jones. There.
Hi, I'm Cindy Jones, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for the work you do as council members. You're very serious about your job, and you do your homework, and you all love Ojai and its people. Now, I'd like to ask you to add this to your attributes: courage. Courage to stand up to the tyrannical government that's imposing overreaching mandates. Many of you know that the EUA mask mandate is not about our health, and the vaccinations are definitely not about our health. It's much bigger than that, and it's going against our constitutional rights as a sovereign human being. My husband and I just drove across the country, and we're in 10 different states. And in all these states, we were given a choice whether to wear a mask or not. And not one place required a vaccine passport. I realized when we got home just how much we in California are being controlled. What's happening to us and our children and our grandchildren is a crime. The newest mask mandate is due to the Omicron variant, which is an excuse to up the fear level and enforce the mandate, even though Omicron is a much milder variant and has caused no deaths. Please have the courage to stand up against this. I'm pretty sure you must have gotten COVID money that came with some strings attached, but try cutting those strings and doing without that money. Oroville, California did. They just declared themselves a constitutional republic in order to be able to fight the EUA mandates. They're not saying they're against masks or vaccines. They're just saying people should have a choice, and the state and federal government are overreaching their constitutional authority. They have given their citizens a choice. That's all we're asking for. Hundreds of people in Ojai that I know, which means there's more, would like to be able to have a choice. Please consider this as an option.
Thank you.
For your consideration.
Thank you, Cindy. Next, we have Karen Quimby.
Good evening. My name is Karen Quimby, and I was born and raised and live in the city of Ojai, and my family owns the apartment buildings located at 408 South Ventura Street, less than 100 feet from the pickleball courts here on the city campus. I'm speaking on behalf of our tenants who live in those apartments and other neighbors affected by the noise of the pickleball courts. We're coming to you tonight because the city has completed its sound mitigation efforts, the building of walls, the hanging of acoustic fencing, and I'm here to say that those efforts have patently failed. Neighbors of the courts continue to suffer daily, hourly, from the impulse sounds of the wooden paddles hitting the plastic balls. For our tenants on Ventura Street who live in two-story apartments, there is virtually no sound mitigation as the acoustic fencing is only 6 feet tall along that side of the courts. The noise from the courts infiltrates their bedrooms, their patios, their living rooms, 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As you know, noise from pickleball is a nationwide issue. Just go online to see the problems poorly sited courts have caused in cities across the country. Engineers have shown that residences that are less than 500 to 600 feet away from a pickleball courts will likely need substantial sound mitigation if the noise can be mitigated at all. Our apartments are less than 100 feet away. The city has recognized the noise issue and has tried to mitigate the problem, which we really appreciate. But sadly, the efforts have failed. What we are here tonight to offer, however, is a win-win solution. Our neighborhood committee proposes the city council vote to move the current pickleball courts to Lower Libby, where these courts should have been sited in the first place, and move the tennis court that will be lost there to the Ventura Street City campus. This is a solution that offers everyone what they want: more hours for pickleball players to play, as there are lights and no time restrictions on Lower Libby courts. There are also bathrooms and parking.
Sorry,
there.
thank you.
The tennis players and
Sorry, Karen, time. I agree. And I'd like to request, just one second, can I request silence from, and respect from everyone here, please? So when someone is speaking, please don't make any noise. Thank you. And I'm going to allow Karen to finish because I let Howard go on. So, and then everybody else, 2 minutes. When you see the red light, go sit down. Thank you very much.
So, like I say, this is a solution that offers everyone more hours for the pickleball players, lights, and the tennis players in the Ojai Recreation Department wins by not losing a court, as they can shift their play and conduct tennis lessons here on the Ventura Street court. And the neighbors win by being able to live their lives in their homes normally again. This is a win-win-win solution and is fair for everyone. We urge the council to vote to swap the courts at their earliest opportunity. It's been 2 years of torture for the neighbors of these current courts, and a practical and good solution is at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Yep.
It seems sometimes this light isn't working. Are you noticing that? Because it was blinking almost from the beginning that she spoke.
That when they go on to a certain point, I just turn it off. If it's gone past, like 2 minutes past the 2-minute mark.
It just seemed like it started really soon.
Yeah, no,
I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Natalie Muller, please.
Hello and good evening, everyone. I'm here in regards to the effect of wearing the mask on myself, as well as the real cost at stake in regards to the mask mandate and other mandates at hand, such as involuntary vaccination. Why we should not compromise what is truly important in this matter as we face the greatest human rights issue of our time. Looks can be deceiving. I am living proof, and I know this better than most. And despite my efforts and discipline to pursue health, I fell sick with excruciating chest pain, what I thought was a heart attack, and months later began coughing up blood in my mid-20s. 4 years later, losing weight, constant itching, night sweats, I was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma in January of 2020 and decided to pursue chemotherapy. As a side note, I'm pretty sure I had COVID that month and lived regardless of a severely weakened immune system. One aspect of my cancer was a giant tumor in my left lung. During treatment, I would get winded wearing the mask. And after finding work as a server in 2021, I did not struggle wearing the mask as much. However, though, in the fall, the restaurant had gotten thicker masks, and I began to struggle for deep breaths and started having panic attacks. My concerns fell on deaf ears. Fortunately, I moved to other work where I was not asked to mask, but recently have accepted full-time work where I am. And when I am asked to mask, I struggle to breathe and only experience relief when the mask is off. And I know I am not the only one who struggles. If myself and others are not able to perform our duties to maintain our livelihood and the livelihood of Ojai, how can the city expect to maintain itself, grow, and prosper if businesses that already have been so affected by the lockdowns, a prison term, mind you, cannot function properly? Are you aware how difficult it is for our restaurants to ever even find people to work? Our full-time employees are struggling to make ends meet.
Time.
Thank you, Natalie. Next, we have Heather Miller.
Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Heather Miller, and I'm an Ojai resident and who recently picked up pickleball, the game of pickleball, during the pandemic. First of all, I want to thank the city staff. I want to thank the city staff for their efforts and their partnership with the Ojai pickleball community, providing a wonderful location out here for the courts. While the players volunteered their time and their resources to build the courts and install the net posts and paint the lines. The city and the players have worked together cooperatively to minimize the impacts on the downtown neighborhood. And the city has installed a sound wall to mitigate noise and reduce the hours of play. Both the city and players have been very mindful of adjacent property owners and their concerns. I'm guessing the city might have had similar objections when the bike path was proposed to run alongside the private residences through Ojai. But whatever reservations there might have been with that project, I think the city and the county recognize the greater public good in allowing the bike path to be built. I think these pickleball courts fall into the same category of a greater public good. So, really quickly. I also want to note that although pickleball attracts players of all ages, it is particularly popular with older adults and the senior community. I think the state, the county, the city of Ojai recognizes the growing demographic of active older adults and seniors who look for example, pedestrian-friendly communities, bike-friendly communities, and recreational facilities such as these pickleball courts. And so again, I want to thank the city for their support, and I strongly encourage this council to continue that support for these beautiful courts and support of the Ojai pickleball community. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next, we have Devin Singmaster.
Hello, good evening. I'm Devin Singmaster. I'm a resident here on East Oak, and I have 2 kids. I would just like to remind everybody here, council members, that they took an oath to uphold the Constitution. 10 people before Cindy spoke over 2 minutes, and there was no time said for them to stop talking except once, and that's totally fine. I love that you guys are hearing them out, but we want to be heard too. By not hearing us out, that's not justice, it's actually discriminatory. I want to mention that our group did wait patiently and quietly and respectively regarding all the pickleball comments. It actually made me want to go play pickleball. So I just expect the same from everyone else. I really enjoyed the movie in the beginning, especially that no one was wearing a mask. Made me think of America, home of the free, land of the brave. Not sure what that is anymore. One city in particular still seems to understand the true American way and Constitution clearly. Oroville, their mayor Chuck Reynolds stated, "With all these emergencies and leaders declaring emergencies, it puts one person in charge and they can do pretty much what they want, even when the emergency is no longer an immediate threat. They are reluctant to give up that power," said Reynolds. "We stand by and believe in our Constitution, our republic, and we believe that many times others in state and federal governments are exceeding their authority across the board in everything we do. Mandates eliminate personal right of choice to get jabbed or not, or wear the mask or not, or whatever. They violate basic constitutional choice that we all have," that a councilman there, Dave Pittman, stated. And I know my time's almost up. I was excited to see how enthusiastic the pickleball players were and how passionate they were. I just wish we had a 10th of that to care about our future generation here. And that's it.
Thank you, Devin. Next, we have Chet Hilgers.
Good evening, council, staff, 2 minutes. I'm here as property owner of 317 Bryant Street. Thank you, city staff, for your letter dated November 10th, 2021 from Community Development Department, CDD, signed by the director, Lucas Seibert. On November 12th, the very same day that I received the CDD letter in the mail, I received an email from the councilman who represents my tenant. The councilman was requesting that I, as the property owner of 317 Bryant Street, sign a temporary use permit, TUP, for a wedding event November 18th, 21. I could not sign it. The TUP application was incomplete and inaccurate. It included an inaccurate map of my property, and it documents some of the violations to my CUP. Space number 11, which is an ADA accessible space per my CUP, requires an ADA compliant room, which is not provided. Space number 1 has been converted to an office check-in, and the site map shows a red tag storage building being used as a lobby. There are violations of ADA accessibility, California Building Code, and the City of Ojai CUP. By choosing not to enforce the law, it makes the city appear as though it has abandoned all impartiality. I'm asking the City Council to direct staff to write a notice of violation or equal to the CUP holder for 317 Bryant Street, demanding that the CUP conditions of approval be complied with effective immediately. I can't think of a good reason why you would not want to help people with disabilities, so I'm hoping that you will.
Thank you, Chet. Next, we have Bill Miley.
I have an illustration or a prop.
And after Mr. Miley, we have Mark.
Madam Mayor, I'd like another minute or so, since I'm one of the few people speaking about moving the court.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miley, we got to keep it to 2 minutes because we still have a huge stack and a huge agenda tonight.
Well, I would like to challenge that, since Howard Cho got at least 5 minutes. Okay. Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. I've lived here since 1968. One of the values I have is to deal with unfairness. I better put my glasses on here. And intrusive sounds are unfair. I am part of the pickleball noise group. We're not against pickleball. We're just against where it is now. But we are against intrusive sounds. What you hear soon is what we reported back in June from one of the apartments. Okay. This is from the one across the street. Oh, okay. Here we go. Sorry. Well, you get the point anyway. The pickleball hit. The measurement that was done when it first was tested was using a standard decibel meter, and that's not good enough. The pickleball hit is called an impact sound. It's also called an impulse sound. It can't be measured accurately without special equipment. But we can hear it inside the apartment, not only the pickle hit, but also the play and the enthusiasm from the players. Karen and other people told the council this when it was first happening. The efforts to mitigate didn't work. As an example, the 6-foot acoustical fence on Ventura Avenue is a joke. And I understand that was required by the Historical Preservation Commission so they could actually, people could actually see what was going on. But I have a fantasy type solution because the intrusion is there. So here we go. The Pickleball Association buys all the residential real estate adjacent to the court, turns it into a regional center for national pickleball play, and the players can rent apartments, and nobody has a problem. So in summary, the key issue is we're not against pickleball. We are for fairness, community fairness, empathy for others. Your enjoyment at the South Ventura creates severe sadness, noise intrusion, mental and physical distress for the people that live nearby. And that's, folks in the audience can see the apartment's 94 feet away, and you can see that the house is 214 feet away.
Time.
And let's see. So the Pickleball Association has options to play elsewhere. Matilaha Middle School Court, Soul Park paddle courts, and we understand maybe new pickleball courts at Soul Park. And then there's court 6. So here's the challenge. The major problem is the sound that goes into the houses. It's your ball hits, your enthusiastic voice sounds that can be heard. Solve that problem and we go away. And the last little word of wisdom I have here, if I can find it, is please remember, players like the sounds, residents don't like the sounds, residents can't turn them off. Pickleball players can turn them off by going home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. Next, we have Mark Matz, and then Liz Martin.
Hello, my name is Mark. Sorry to anyone who may feel that my maskless face is a potential hazard. Please forgive me for breathing naturally as human beings have been blessed to do by our Creator since the dawn of time. But thank you for hearing what I have to say tonight, and please understand that I am speaking with love in my heart for humanity and everyone here, regardless of any confusion that may be felt at this time. Despite our personal opinions on masks, the fact remains that many communities and states across the nation have been maskless for this entire time without experiencing the hyperbolic political promises of Armageddon. Meanwhile, in every single restaurant in town, the masks come off at the tables where food is served in close proximity to one another. And let's not forget all the wonderful speakers tonight who slid their masks beneath their chins. Should we ignore the observable reality around us in order to play a role that protects nothing more than administrative theater which flies in the face of nearly 2 years of truth before our very eyes and is detrimentally impacting the development of our children who are told the simple act of breathing freely is an irresponsible danger? I, for one, think not, but that one thing is certain. Attempting to enforce unlawful mandates that ostracize a significant population of healthy human beings while erroneously classifying us as threats to public safety without any valid legal claim is a detrimental flaw, however well-meaning it may be presented at the surface level of politics. A fear-mongering narrative that lacks both scientific and experiential validity will only make the socioeconomic challenges we face more difficult to deal with. Our natural rights are God-given, not government-granted, and those of us who are free in our hearts, minds, bodies, and souls are not asking for permission to live our lives freely without prejudice. We are asking for basic human respect. If that basic respect seems too lofty a request, then I'm afraid we have much bigger problems than an alleged pandemic fueled by media hysteria and globalist political agenda divorced from the heart of humanity, that is, local community. Mandates are both unlawful and immoral.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Liz Martin, and then after that, Jessica McCrea.
Hi, my name is Deborah Elise Martin Crawford. I live at 311 North Signal Street. I would like to start my 3 minutes, which is now 2 minutes, by asking council if it's legal, when it's advertised in advance, that each of us, public speaking, would have 3 minutes, and we've planned accordingly. We've drafted what we're writing. We never get to our final points. I find it completely offensive and inauthentic of the council to do this. You could cut things from your agenda and listen to your public, because you have a lot of people who turned up tonight, and I'm usually not an angry person, but I am really furious at this. So council, may I ask you with my 2 minutes, is that legal? You're cutting people off who are speaking.
Yes, the City Council, through the mayor, has the power to set the rules for public comment, provided the public comment is provided, as we have done so. Nothing in the agenda states a 3-minute time limit. It is the city's practice, but it can be changed, as the mayor has done so. It is lawful.
All right, I have 58 seconds. In my opinion, it is not the option to stop speaking, Desmet says. It's the most important thing we can do. This is Matthias Desmet, professor of clinical psychology at Ghent University in Belgium. I came tonight to invite each and every person in Ojai, the Valley of Ojai, to come and speak. This is a golden opportunity. I would love to hear each and every person's most important items on their agenda. I'd like to create connection and community in this community. It's a powerful network opportunity. And through knowing each other, we have an opportunity to influence each other positively by growing through challenge. And I'd like to also invite everyone who's available to go tomorrow to the Ojai Unified School District meeting at 6:30. They've changed the location, and it's now at the Matilaha Middle School at 103 El Paseo Road. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And after Jessica, we have Dale Hansen.
Hi, my name is Jessica McCrae. I'm staying with my father in the area of the demonstration garden. I wanted to provide a perspective of the neighbors and a couple of examples of why having the pickleball games located in the neighborhood is a disturbance. My first example is a time when I was arriving home and stepped out of my car and heard a blood-curdling scream. It was very jarring and took me a minute to realize I didn't need to run to someone's aid. It was just a pickleball player who was a little overzealous in the reactions to the game they were playing. My second example happened just recently on a Saturday morning. I look forward to the weekends where I don't have to wake up to an alarm clock. But this Saturday I was woken up by the loud popping of the pickleball. After I got out of bed, I decided to enjoy my coffee and read a little. As I am sitting there trying to read my book, I couldn't do it. The constant popping of the pickleball just wouldn't allow me to concentrate on my book. So I ended up just leaving the house for the day. These might seem like simple inconveniences, but try imagining those disturbances every day, 7 days a week, for hours on end. I understand that those that play pickleball love the game, and no one wants to take that away from them, but it is inappropriate to have something so disruptive in a neighborhood so close to people's homes. The city has already designated a place for these kinds of activities, one of them being the Lower Libby tennis courts. This is an appropriate place for this game to be played. There is ample parking, bathrooms, lighting where they can truly enjoy the game without harming the neighborhood. In addition, the demonstration garden is a place for serenity, and it made me extremely sad to know that allowing the pickleball in the demonstration garden forced the planned Children's Memorial Garden to have to move to another location. Because who could sit in remembrance of their loved ones while people are hooting, hollering, cheering, and the continuing popping from the game as it's going on? The demonstration garden is a much more suited for a children's memorial garden than it is pickleball. Please consider moving the game of pickleball to the Lower Libby courts to give the neighbors their peace back, to give the demonstration its serenity back, and to the ability for the pickleball game to be played and enjoyed to its fullest. Thank you.
Hooray!
Thank you. Next, we have Dale Hansen and then Alex Feldman.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Dale Hansen. I live in the city of Ojai. Pickleball is wonderful. You know, you're outdoors, you've got all the ages, camaraderie, fun, exercise, fresh air, it's great. We have nothing against it. It doesn't belong in a neighborhood. And if you look across the country, everyone that's got pickleball problems are just constantly at it. They're not going to give up. We can't give up. If you live with it, you can't stop. You're going to keep complaining. You have to. Otherwise, you have to move, sell your house at a discount. As a real estate agent, I can tell you, I would have to disclose that. I can't sell a property and not say, there's a pickleball court across the street. So, I mean, when you take into consideration what goes on across the country and what the people who live there live with every day, the Lower Libby courts are a perfect place for them. They can expand as the team begins to grow. It's obviously growing by leaps and bounds. And I think it's a great asset to have it moved to the lower courts. We're not against pickleball. It's a wonderful sport. I'll probably end up playing too as soon as it moves. Close that one down, move over there. I appreciate your work and what you do. And I just want to add one more comment, which has nothing to do with pickleball, but I do agree with those people who are against the mandates of vaccines and masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next, we have Alex Feldman and then Leslie Rule.
Oh, Mr. Feldman had come up and
Oh.
said he had to leave.
Okay, Leslie Rule? And Ron McCrea? Oh, is Leslie here? Yeah. Okay, hi, Leslie.
Sorry, I was
Okay.
waiting for somebody else. Gosh, well, I was originally here to speak about pickleball, but now I want to speak about masks. Wear your fucking mask. Sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Yeah. I apologize. That was uncalled for on my part. I do apologize. With love in my heart, I apologize.
Okay, can we have quiet, please? Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize to you guys because really I just wanted to speak about pickleball. Does anybody have a pickleball paddle I can borrow very quickly? I think they left. They left. Well, great. Thank you, Julia. Pickleball, I'm here really to talk about public health and what the movement of pickleball actually does for the seniors in this community, because I really do believe it is a physical and mental public health issue. So if you know about movement, you know that there are dimensions, up, down, right, left, all are incorporated into pickleball. The most sophisticated movement is across lateral, which is also just fundamental to pickleball. Balance, weight shift, incredibly important for everybody to get these kinds of things. And the point being is that there are very few sports that offer all of this and almost none that offer it to seniors. Hands, wrists, ankles all come into play. Feet, balance, weight shift, all of that is fundamental to pickleball playing. I don't think so, but thank you for the offer. So, I don't know about pickleball court should be moved or not, but until that is absolutely in play, to take away this kind of public health fitness regimen for seniors who cannot get it any other way, I promise you. You can't walk it, you can't bike it, there's really nothing you can do. You don't do hand coordination, all of those kinds of things. Time's up. My time is up.
Excuse me, people, could you please refrain from speaking? Thank you.
Anyway, that is really the point I want to make. I'm not here to argue where the pickleball court should be, although I think that, I live right near a park as well, and I could complain about a whole bunch of stuff, but, we live in a town, we live in a community, we live in a place where recreation is valued, as is health and fitness. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for hi, Julie. Thank you for that. Okay. That's really all I had.
Thank you. Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Ron McCrea, and after that, David Rogie. And once again, I would like everyone to please conduct himself or herself with respect and decorum for all. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a big misunderstanding here about what we're talking about. There's nobody in this neighborhood is against pickleball playing. The pickle people are great. They scream and they yell and they have a good time all day long. That's fine. We're not against that. We want them to grow and get bigger. It's good for the city, for everything, but not here in this neighborhood. The city put up that rock wall and put mortar in it. It's 8 feet tall and on the south side of the street over there, and they put on acoustic fence, soundproofing tarps that are very heavy, and it did very little to diminish the sound from 200 feet. I live 200 feet across the demonstration garden over there, and it didn't do much good. So I put up 4 very heavy tarps on the side of my house, which there's no windows on that side. And I put up it did no good. I bought one of those $2,000 acoustic fences that they have up there. And it's 30 by 6 by 30. I put that up there. It's cost about $2,000 to put one of those things up there. It did no good. My daughter just told us she couldn't even read a book in there. And all the windows and doors are closed, and you can still hear the pop, pop, popping. It does reduce the yelling and screaming, but not for the people across the street. They get that all the time. They should take this, move it to the lower courts over there where they can play all day long. They got bathrooms, they got parking, they can have as much fun. They can be open all night. They can have lights, much more time, much better than here. They can turn that back into a tennis court for the tennis people. The recreation could give lessons there. It would be a good swap, I think.
David Rogie is here. Hi, David.
How are you? I know it's been a long evening so far and a lot of speakers, and so I'll try to be brief. I had all my peer-reviewed stuff here, and I'm going to abbreviate it as much as possible. So I'm just really worried about the specter of a vaccine passport. Ventura County has more or less followed LA County. LA County is clearly, you know, what they've done there. So just here we have a article from the Lancet, one of the more prestigious medical journals. COVID-19 stigmatization of unvaccinated is not justified. Excuse me, I'm cold and nervous, so I'm having a hard time pronouncing things. So, which brings me to my point. Vaccinated people do not stop the spread nor transmission of the virus. They have as high or higher viral loads in their nose. You look at the data from Gibraltar, some of the places that are 100% vaccinated, you see not only it going hog wild, you clearly see that there is an issue there. So without going into all the other stuff I'm going to go into, I'm pleased with just, you know, try to impress on you that we not perpetuate this divide between vaccinated and unvaccinated, the clean and the unclean. Never in a liberal society do we stand for creating a second-class citizen, not for race, not for class, not for any reason ever. That flies in the face of every liberal principle. We do not do that, period, full stop. There is no limiting principle to a vaccine passport. So down the road, what else could they attach to it? What else could they do to limit our movements? I mean, once you've started the slippery slope, where does that slide to? It is worth addressing. And finally, do we want to live in a biosecurity state? Do we want to reduce our humanity to a QR code? I think not. I personally do not want to live in that type of a world. I do not want to live in a world where I have to show my papers. This is not the Stasi. We're in America. This is not the kind of road we want to go down. Lastly, there's a line from Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay, Self-Reliance, where he says, "I will not be hindered by the name of goodness, but explore it to see if it be goodness." I really beg that we are not hindered by the name of goodness here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And that's all the in-person comments. We have some on Zoom. Gail?
If anybody is in the Zoom queue and is here to speak for general public communications, if you can raise your hand, use the hand raise function, and I will call on you. I see only one person right now. I'll bring them in, but if anyone else wants to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. The person who has their hand raised, there's no name, it just says Zoom user. So I'm going to bring you in, but if you can give us your name, that would be much appreciated. Mr. or Miss Zoom user, if you're there, if you could please unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak. And they're not speaking, so.
That's it?
That's it, yes.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you so much. And we will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve everything?
I want to pull L.
Pull L, okay.
Then I'm going to need a break.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion to approve everything else other than L?
Move to approve A through P except for L.
Okay. Second. Okay. Yay or nay? Yes, Ryan?
Yes.
Everybody approve? Okay, excellent. All right, Susie, you want to talk about L?
Yes. I want to remove any requirement about the adjourning time to 9:30. I just want clarification, but why we even have this in here, because historically, all we've done is, if we realize we're not going to get through by 9:30, okay. Okay, I'll start over. I'm concerned about starting time to 6 p.m. and adjourning at 9:30 p.m. Because historically, what we do is when we realize that we're not going to get through the agenda, we simply disrupt what we're discussing, and then we start a new item so that we can get through it. For me, that just adds, it's unrealistic. I think that we can have, our intention should be to have the meeting end by 9:30 or 10, but to me, this adds stress. It's unrealistic because, as we saw tonight, we had the presentations ran way longer than I anticipated, or we anticipated. The public comment ran way longer. We can already foresee that there's no way we're going to get through the agenda by 9:30. So I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I think it just adds stress to have in order to. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but does this mean that if we go past 9:30, that we can't add a new item after 9:30 unless we interrupt what we're discussing and start the new and bring up the new item?
Yes, Councilmember Francina, it's written to follow the current practice, which is that we would take no new items after 9:30. And like you said, in the past, we've kind of worked around that by trying to start an item before 9:30 and pausing. That practice could continue under this, or council could choose not to modify or change the way that's written. But as written and as introduced, that is included.
Yeah, I'm in favor of changing that, and I hope, I would like to know how my colleagues feel and if they'll support a change.
Well, I can't say unless I know what the specific change is that you're suggesting.
Well,
and I guess the only thing I would add is that I think part of the reason of limiting going really late is that inhibits public participation, frankly. You start going really, really, really late. People have a hard time staying with us, So I guess, are you saying there should be no?
No, I'm saying that our intention should be to end at 9:30 or 10. But it's unrealistic. In the past, historically, we haven't stuck to it. All we've done is fudge it. You know, what we
Right.
do is, it hasn't prevented meetings from ending late. The only way to, in my opinion, tonight, we should learn from what happened. When we anticipate, a public comment on one topic taking 90 minutes, we need a special meeting for that. This should not happen again. You know, when we can't anticipate everything, but we can learn from it. You know, we can't have public comments for 2 hours on one topic. So I'm saying that since we cannot control the length, we can try, by having special meetings on one topic, but we can never really anticipate that we can end at 9:30, no matter how good our intentions are. So why add that stress? Why not have an understanding that we're aiming, but why require us to stop what we're discussing at 9:25 if we haven't gotten through the agenda? And that's all I'm saying. And especially like tonight, we have a time-sensitive item at the end of the agenda. There's no way we're going to get to it at 9:30.
I still don't quite understand what you're asking to do, but aside from that, what happens is it's council prerogative. So for instance, this time-sensitive item on the agenda can actually be moved forward. So everything that's in here, what we're saying is everything is up to council to make that decision on. Whether we say 9:30 or 10:30 or 12:30, it's irrelevant. It's what we choose to do as a council.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So even if, we can even not extend the agenda votes based on a vote of council. So again, so I don't see anything here, Souza, that's really difficult. It might add stress to you, I'm sorry it does, but I think it's just the way the chamber works, so.
Okay. Well, if you want to know what I'm asking, in case I didn't make it clear, I'm asking that we have a start time, but no end time.
No end time.
Oh.
That we just have an intention, an understanding amongst us, but I want to eliminate the need to, at 9:25, because it would be a mandate that we end at 9:30. I want to eliminate the 9:25 disruption of what we're discussing in order to add the items we're not getting to.
Well, so Mayor, if I may just, I appreciate that, but it also, the reason that there was a time set was again, to bring council to some form of conclusion as to, do we want to end at the topic that we're discussing, or do we want to extend the agenda based on the fact that we hadn't had time to get to it? So either or, you still have to do, if we do it your way, we're stuck with the agenda, and again,
Is that true, Mr. City Attorney? Are we
I mean,
stuck
it's
with the
open-ended if we
agenda?
don't have a time certain to end.
We can,
If I understand the question, under the code, as it presently reads now at 10 o'clock and would read if not otherwise adjusted at 9:30, yes, when we hit that time, the council can table one item and pick up another and get at least one item around the bar. The council can also, by majority vote, reorder the agenda to ensure something comes before the cutoff, adjusting it as we may need to do tonight. The council could also drop the end time. Another method that some cities use is to allow a vote of the council, whether that's majority or sometimes 4/5, to hear items past the stated end time, or simply not state an end time and run it by intention, not by rule. There's a couple of options here, and I looked at the majority.
And 9:30 is a goal. That is our goal. As Randy said, we can always adjust it according to what we want, correct?
and that's what we do, so
Yeah.
what's the point? Okay, whatever.
Well, Mayor,
That's my
if I could,
thinking.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
a thought occurred to me just to try to conclude this. What would you think of simply putting this under as the city attorney suggested, under the rule of the majority? And I think Randy is suggesting that we have an end time in the ordinance unless otherwise modified by majority vote at the time of the meeting. to extend by majority vote during the meeting. Would that be
But
acceptable?
isn't that what we do?
No, we
No,
don't.
the
No, we don't.
difference,
Oh, the mayor does it.
No,
in the-
no, we don't. We have a discipline of no new introduced items after the time period is over. City attorney can correct me if I'm wrong.
in other words, what Bill is Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick is suggesting is that if we added a line to the code that allowed the majority to decide to hear more than one item after. Right now, we can do the fudge to get one more item past
Oh,
10 or
okay.
past 9:30. The Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting an option that would allow the council majority to, in that moment, decide to hear more or not.
To
That-
finish the agenda if we want
Correct.
to.
That would give maximum
Okay.
flexibility.
I think that sounds good.
Leave it at
Especially-
9:30, but then have it amenable
Yeah,
to a
and then
majority.
maybe how about 10 o'clock, so that,
Well-
9:30 seems like unrealistic to get through everything. 6:30 to 9:30.
Tonight it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever, whatever works for the majority, it will be fine with me. It has to be.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I like the target of 9:30 with a majority vote to add
Okay.
agenda items after
I'll-
9:30.
I'll second that. That sounds good.
Okay, can we have a roll call on that?
Well, Mayor,
Was that
just
a
one- just one
motion?
more
Yeah,
comment.
okay.
The other thing that happens too, Susan, is the mayor and the city manager pretty much meet and set this agenda. And I believe part of their discussion when setting it is, do you think that we can get through these topics? It's the unknown is the public comment aspect.
And the
I don't think any of
presentation.
us thought there was gonna be 30 people speaking tonight at 3 minutes. It's an hour and a half. Even cutting it back to 2 minutes, it was still an hour, plus the presentation. I mean, we're heading into 9 o'clock and we haven't even looked at the agenda.
So that's where the majority vote would come in to extend.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we should do that now, the
Okay.
majority vote.
Do you have a motion? You have a motion and we had a
Bill made the
second.
motion.
I'll make the motion, yeah.
I seconded it.
Okay, roll call, please, on that, Gail?
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Franzina?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Aye.
Okay, all right, we will take a 3-minute break and we'll be right back with the agenda. Thank you.
The HPC did not mandate any. The HPC did not mandate any.
Okay, we're back. Thank you. Council, city manager and I discussed the order, so we wanted to run this by you. How do you feel about 75263 would be the order? And we will postpone 4 until January.
So that'd be the outdoor dining item is number 7. Number 5 is Senate Bill 9, which goes into effect January 1st. And I'm sorry, what were the next two numbers? 2 is the Watershed Progressive Grant. The reason why we were suggesting trying to keep that on tonight is there is a grant that we need to adopt a resolution to apply for a grant by January 1st.
752, 4?
So 6 is just as far as giving some background on time sensitivity. That's the solar panel carport. We have a contractor ready to start work. We can push back if we need to, but it would delay the project.
752634, is that what I heard?
4, we're going to wait till January.
3.
Continue 4.
Removed 4.
Well, I
Continue
think the
4.
recommendation is to remove 4. Because I don't think there's anybody present to speak on it or
Is that
anything.
your motion, Mayor?
May I ask, what about the speakers for item 7? They might be.
7 is first.
I know.
Go with that. Yep.
Okay, what if the speakers don't know?
Pretty sure the speaker knows. Oh. Sorry, I'm pretty sure that I can see the speaker, and he appears to know. Okay. Is that amenable with everybody?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
And so that would be keeping the community organization status reports, item 3 tonight, and then pushing Drown Avenue to January for anybody watching.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Down to January?
Yes, we'll bring that back in January.
Okay, so we will begin with item number 7, a request from council members Francina and Blatz to review and adjust requirements for temporary outdoor dining program permit extension.
I can give just a little bit of background, and then I'll turn it over to the council members who made the request. But just very simple, we have the temporary outdoor dining program that we initiated during COVID. It had originally been planned to expire earlier, or we had talked about ending that program. We ended up setting a date of January 3rd for that program to come to an end. That date is approaching. And so the item was requested by council members Francina and Blatz to review that program and identify whether there's any extension or modifications desired for that program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Blatz or Councilmember Francina.
I thought it was very reasonable under the circumstances that we continue with the outdoor dining for the businesses that requested it. I don't know that I have anything to add to the staff report. Ryan? I think Ryan was more familiar. I was only aware of, when I asked that this be put on the agenda, I was only aware of the Topa Brewery, and then Lucas brought to our attention that there were at least 5 other businesses James, can you help me find, oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's on page 2 of 4. We noted that Bonnie Lou's Love Social Cafe,
Yeah.
Topa Brewery, the Duchess, and Osceola have all inquired. Some of those are potentially eligible for just permanent outdoor dining through standard permits. So some of those are pursuing that, but those are the 5 interested.
And there haven't been any, are there any issues with any of these businesses? That where is there, why we shouldn't extend it? Is there any reason not to extend it?
About these particular I guess a general response to that question is, and I think it came up in the last discussion about outdoor dining, is that we had received calls and complaints about some of the outdoor dining. Yes.
Ryan?
Whenever you're done, Souza, I'm happy to jump in.
Okay,
Does that mean you're done?
yes,
Okay.
for now.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I just feel that we ought to be doing anything we can to support our local businesses. We know that we have a town that we don't have franchises, we don't have formula businesses. We work really hard to make sure that we have small businesses that don't always have the support of some of the larger organizations. And they've taken such a horrible hit during COVID that I think it's important that we should be able to do what we can to continue to support them. And if it helps them make a little bit more money and have a little bit more flexibility, I think that's important. And then additionally, as we know that this pandemic is not over and that we've just had a statewide mask mandate put on all of California just in the last couple of days. So obviously we're not in any health situation to just ignore that outdoor dining is a much safer place to be able to, for patrons to go eat and where they can be able to use the space. And overall, I don't think there has been a significant amount of negativity about this. I think it's mostly been positive. I understand there's been some complaints, but if you take, the length of time we've had all this in place, I'd rather err on the side of helping our local businesses than I'm concerned about what detriment there is to the public using this space. And I think that we should try and do everything we can. So I was in support of bringing this motion back, especially that the circumstances have changed multiple times from where we kind of thought things were going to be by now. And I really think that erring on the side of helping our local businesses after all the hits they've taken during this pandemic is a good thing. So I'm in support of it.
Yeah, I think Ryan's point on, to me, anything we can do to encourage the public to be out in the fresh air rather than inside should be encouraged under the circumstances.
Any questions from council?
Uh,
Go ahead, Bill.
Could you clarify, I believe the original extension of the temporary emergency permits, because these are under the emergency order provisions, not under regular, correct me if I'm wrong, but not under the regular ordinance provisions.
Correct.
So under the emergency provisions, the initial decision was June through January?
Yes, on June 22nd, I believe it was, we extended it to January 3rd.
Okay. And so how many applications have we had to go to the dining under regular ordinance provisions, outdoor dining, or a request to extend the emergency? What's the breakdown there in terms of who's applied for a permanent or a temporary use permit under regular order?
Okay.
Or because, correct me if I'm wrong, this is actually not under temporary use permit, but under emergency order permit.
Correct. Correct.
So how many have applied for temporary use permit and how many have applied for permanent changes, and when did those come in, if they did, for these
Yes, give me
businesses?
one
I know that's a detailed question, but I'd like to know.
Yeah, and I just got an update from Community Development this morning, so I had that here somewhere. Give me 1 second. I can get that in one moment. I will.
Okay,
I will
it's
pull that
not,
up.
I'd just like to know, because it's not something that, everybody knew this was gonna expire.
Mhm.
And I just wondered when they started asking for either a temporary use permit application or a change in the permanent status.
Yeah, and some have been in progress for a while. But we had recently, with the notices, with the reminders going out that the program potentially was coming to an end, we did get more coming in. The update of this morning is 4 of the 5 businesses have applied for permanent outdoor permits, or at least have either applied or indicated they would apply.
Okay. And is it an option to have temporary use permits pending the permanent application processing?
Would it be an option to issue the outdoor dining as a temporary use permit pending? For anybody who's applied for permanent to allow
Right.
it to continue under temporary use? I think that'd be an option. I don't see any issue with that.
Yeah, provided the standards for TP have been met, that would be a viable option.
Okay. I'm just looking up, trying to think through the options, that's all. Okay.
So along those questions, are all of those, the applicants, the 4 that have put their applications in or pending, are their uses gonna be in the public right away?
None of the 4 that have applied are in the right of way.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, when Topa Topa Brewery, submitted their application for their business, did they have parking requirements that they had to meet?
We've discussed this because it's been involved in a couple different council items, but there were 15 parking spaces that were required at the time of the permits for Topa Topa that were waived by the Planning Commission.
And what was that, and that fee was what?
Roughly $108,000.
So we waived $108,000 on the front end for this business. And then on the curb and gutter requirement, did we save him any money? Did we save that company any money when we took over that contract?
We took it over to try to complete it without additional costs. I think it depends who you asked if we saved them money, but we took it over to try to keep the cost from increasing, and I think we did that pretty successfully.
Expedited it.
Yeah, and we expedited it.
When did you say you sent out the reminder, James?
So I was wrong about the date earlier. The date it was voted on was May 25th, and we sent the reminders out on May 28th, June 9th, and then most recently, because we knew, it would probably slipped people's radars, we sent another reminder on November 23rd.
Okay. Thank you.
And one more question, Mayor, to staff. If we continue this, do all the businesses that took down all of their tents and all of their additional dining, outdoor dining, are they going to be allowed to come back in and redo this?
Depending on how council structures it, that would be one option, to just say we're going to extend the program and take any applications for it, or if we just wanted to say we're extending it for those that have already applied. So that would be an option for council. I think we've talked to several businesses. Most of the ones that have taken them down have indicated they're not planning to add them back. Of course, with the changing situation, who knows, but.
And again, I think my biggest concern is the fact that this one diner is in the public right away. And I think we waived his part.
Can we wait till discussion, though?
Yeah, I'm just talking back to this $106,000 that we waived, Mayor. I just wanted to be clear that was the 15 original parking spots that business was required to have.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and we have one public comment on this item. Jack Dyer.
Thank you. Just to also clarify for Councilman Haney, we've spent close to $90,000 on the curb improvements in total, so the savings aren't exactly as you portrayed them. But thank you, Mayor Sticks and esteemed council.
Just to clarify that, because so I had said that the city completed it.
I only have 2 minutes. Can we stop my time?
Well, let's pause the time because the city completed the project on your behalf and capped your costs. So the question wasn't how much you had spent. It was if the city had stepped in to get it done. And the city did do that and completed the work for you.
In real business terms, money that leaves your business is money that you don't have to spend on other things in your business. So we spent about just around $90,000, as opposed to, I think, that parking fee, which is something we've negotiated, we talked about at length with both Planning Commission and with Council. So it's great that you're bringing it up again, but it's, I just want Council to understand we've spent a lot of money on that curb in the midst of a pandemic, when we were in fact closed and losing money. So it's not like you guys did us a huge favor there, but thank you for bringing that up. But thank you, Mayor Sticks and esteemed council, for your time. I know it's been a long night, and you guys had to endure a lot of public comments, so I appreciate you taking time for this important matter to, I think, the community, but also to my business. I'd also like to thank city staff for preparing such a detailed account for this matter. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Topa Topa Brewing Company, as well as our partners Little Sama. We are two separate businesses that occupy one building that employ over 25 well-paying jobs here in the Ojai Valley. One of our core values at Topa Topa is community spirit. This is exemplified in our efforts to support causes that matter to the community, like the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy, the Ojai Valley Defense Fund. I could go on. In staff's report, they clearly indicate that the expanded temporary permit program has been quite successful. I would wholeheartedly agree. I urge you to adopt the first option as outlined in the staff report, which proposed an extension until June 3rd of 2022. I'd further encourage council to extend said permits to match what the ABC has extended as part of SB 314, which was enacted into law on 10/8/21, which extends us all the way out our outdoor extended ABC permits until December of next year. I'd urge you to avoid the other three, the option 2 and option 3, as it clearly creates more staff work and treats each individual permit uniquely. To me, a parking space is a parking space, whether it's on private property or on public right-of-way. And to treat these permits differently, I think is simply unfair. Where one that's on private property might take up 4 parking spaces, where do you think those people are parking? They're then going to park on the street. Our parklet takes up 1.5 parking spaces. I don't think that's a detriment to the town. So as we advance into winter with variants on the rise and holiday gatherings increasing, and to Ryan's point, Councilman Blatz's point, additional restrictions that just came out this week, I just don't think right now is the time to pull these things back. So we appreciate your time, and as always, we appreciate all the work you do for the community, and we're hopeful that we get a good outcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Any comments on Zoom, Gail?
Let me check.
Thank you.
So we have one person with their hand raised. If there's anyone else in the Zoom queue that is here to speak on this item, if you would use the hand raise function, I'll go ahead and call on you. And I'll bring the one person who has their hand raised right now in, and that's Amber Young. Amber, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Do I stay as an attendee?
Yeah, we can barely hear you. If you can pull yourself closer to your microphone, that would be great.
Is that better?
Yes. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My husband and I are the owners of The Vine, located at 308 East Ojai Avenue. We have been very fortunate in having the opportunity to work with the city on our temporary use permit for our extended dining, which is located in the public right-of-way as it exists within the arcade across the fountain, the Matilha Poppy Fountain from Bonnie Lou's. We had not expressed interest in expanding our patio permanently. We are very invested in having our patio extended through a temporary use permit. With the mask mandate in place as it is now, our restaurant is not super conducive to have it to indoor dining. We are offering it, but most of our patrons are still preferring to sit outside. Our staff has never stopped wearing masks, as we only have 2 doors and not a lot of windows. And I encourage the council members while a mask mandate is in place, to continue to allow for additional outdoor dining. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amber.
And no one else.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion.
Are we into deliberation now? Yeah. Okay. I think the main issue we have here is whether or not all of these should be treated the same. I know that those are some of the options, and that's one of the points that's already been brought up. I want to make 2 points about the particular situation with the brewery, because Topa Topa, that is a unique situation. It is the only one in a street of the all the situations that we're talking about. And I want to correct the record on something, because Mr. Dar mentioned something I want to correct. When the Planning Commission approved the conditional use permit for this facility, a condition of approval was to put the improvements in for pedestrian traversing that area as a way of mitigating the impact of that particular type of development. That was the original condition of approval that the Planning Commission passed. And it needs to be stated again for the record, read the CUP for yourself, that that work was supposed to have been permitted before any other permits were issued. That work was supposed to be done first, before anything else was done on that site. That's what the condition of approval says. And it was a problem to get that condition of approval enforced. And finally, the city took, did what it did in terms of getting that original condition of approval that the Planning Commission put in place done at the back end instead of at the front end, as the original CUP had stated. So there's been an issue here from the beginning. What kind of feedback am I getting from people? And I know all of us tend to get the feedback from the people that want to talk to us. So I understand the selection bias issue. But the feedback that I'm getting from people is that K-rail situation there, that one particular K-rail situation, is serious visual blight tolerated basically to accommodate tourist trade. That's what I get from many people. That's one point of view. And, we talk a lot about the character of the community and not allowing, pandering to the tourist trade to compromise the character of the community. And what I'm hearing from people that speak to me, and I understand the selection bias issue, is that it's ugly. And it's like a sore thumb sticking in people's eyes when they go down Ojai Avenue, and they don't understand why the city in particular is allowing it to continue. A very different situation from these other types of outdoor dining. So I just want to get that on the record as far as what kinds of things people have been talking to me about.
All right. Okay. I think that we need to remember that this business opened, correct me if I'm wrong, during the pandemic. So I think they had hardship due to the pandemic, yet they opened, and I believe they corrected all the issues. So all those pedestrian issues are corrected now. That's correct, right? There's no more.
Well, the city corrected it, but yes.
But, well, they had to cooperate. I mean, everybody had to work together to correct it, right? Okay, but as far as the visual blight, I can think of so many other visual blights far worse than that. I don't see it as a visual blight, and I don't think it's fair to characterize that as for tourists, because I happen to know a lot of people that I've seen sitting there. They're local, or I wouldn't say that my nephew from Santa Barbara is a tourist. He was raised in Ojai, and he comes and eats there outside with his friends and family. So I think under the circumstances, I think we should forgive what's happened in the past, move forward, and I think because of the COVID restrictions, the masking restrictions, anything we can do to encourage outdoor dining and help our local business to thrive needs to be encouraged. And this is until,
Well, this is an extension of outdoor dining.
yeah, until June 3, 2022, then we can assess it again. So, yeah, I mean, I'm ready to make a motion, but I want to hear what other, anyone else has to say.
Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, I'm, parking in the downtown corridor is difficult at best. We all know that. And we're giving up 2, if not 3 prime parking spots. And we're catering to one individual business. That's the problem that I hear. Why are you catering to one person? This is not catering to the community. This is catering to one individual. So that's the problem I have. Now, a solution might be, because what I hear also, before I get to the solution, is it's not occupied until the evening hours. It may be occupied Saturdays and Sundays completely. But Monday through Friday, the traffic on that part is in the late evenings. So if there is a way that all of that came down and we could set tables up for when he needed to use them, I'd probably support that. But the reality is we can't. So I can't go along with the fact that we waived his parking requirements on the front end. That's the bigger issue. I'm not concerned about what the cost of the curb and gutter improvement was. If I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. If I'm right, I'm right. That's not the point I was trying to make. What I was trying to make was that we had already contributed to your business. We contributed on the front end, giving him a $106,000 waiver. That's huge. That's 2 employees' pay for a year. That's huge. And that's the problem that I'm hearing from the community is, 1, we need our downtown parking. 2, why are we catering to one individual? And for that's my concern in this, is the fact that we have provided this opportunity to these businesses. We see this winding down, and it's time. And then that's what the community is telling me and asking me. Let's get this back to where we were.
This is a tough one. Jack, I love your business. I had a great time there Friday night. Thank you. And I've been watching those side 4 tables. On Friday night, it was about half full. And Saturday at 1, it was empty. Sunday, generally there's maybe 1 full table on the side or possibly 2. I know it varies, but I very rarely see it. I've never actually seen the front full and the side full. And while I think it's really, really important that we support our businesses during COVID, I have to agree with Bill. I hear it pretty consistently. Why is that there? It's the center of town. It's potentially a liability, safety-wise. It's the sidewalk, parking issues, the visual. And why are we catering to the tourists when that's our public right away? So it's a really tricky situation. I haven't heard any complaints about any of the other outdoor dining other than this one. No, I'm sorry.
May I request that we open the public hearing and let him speak? Okay, council will.
Okay, any other?
Council can vote.
Bill, what you mentioned about potentially having some extension for those businesses that are in the process. My other question is, if we sent out, how many notices? 4 notices? And the last?
We sent out, the notices went out to 11 businesses most recently.
Okay, and the last one was November 23rd, and now it's December 14th. So, that I wasn't quite sure why there was plenty of time to get this on the agenda. That's my feeling. Susan, you want to say something?
Well, first of all, I don't think that we should not allow this due to the past parking waiver or anything like that. It's 1.5 parking spots. I think, I don't believe in punishing, it shouldn't be, there, if you have legitimate reasons, I respect that, but I wouldn't tie it to what's happened in the past. I'm still in favor of allowing it. I think there are times when it's busy and in use. I've seen it on a Friday night when the place is, but now it's winter, so it's different now. I mean, it's warmer weather, there's going to be a lot more people, probably outside. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree. And I was hoping that under the pandemic circumstances, we could allow continuation.
I just like to suggest that, this was originally set up to be processed at staff discretion. And we had a staff judgment, and we overruled it for this extension period. And I'm not sure how to word this precisely. The city attorney may help me, but I would suggest and try to articulate a motion where we allow, we transition to applications on an individual basis. We leave it to staff discretion to handle. We put it back to staff to handle this thing in terms of temporary use permits while permanent applications are being processed. Does that make any sense, city attorney?
I think what you're describing would be on page 3 of the staff report, the second bullet in the options.
I forgot to bring it with me tonight.
Oh, no worries. It's allowing extensions on a case-by-case basis is determined by the city manager and council with regard to traffic and bicycle and pedestrian safety impacts and other adverse impacts, as originally approved by the city council on May 25th.
My motion would be that.
I just have a quick comment. First of all, my children love that restaurant. I love that restaurant. I supported the neon lights that you had on the inside of that restaurant that I think 3/4 or if not more, the council wanted at one point to tell you to take it down. So this isn't personal. This is just about public use of that space. The other thing that I'm concerned with is not only are we giving up the 1.5 spaces that he's required to give the public, but his employees are now also taking, as every employer in town, in the downtown corridor, their employees are taking up also more parking spaces. So this parking issue isn't going to go away, and I think we're going to be addressing it soon. But I just want to be clear, this is not anything personal. This is about the public right-of-way and the public use of our streets.
Are you seconding my motion?
And I'll second your motion.
May I comment? As far, we've said this before, but business owners have a responsibility to ask their employees to, if they live close by, to walk or bicycle or to park as far away as possible and leave the parking for customers. And I would hope that Jack has done that. So I want to ask a question. If we approve the case-by-case basis, then it's up to staff to determine whether to allow Jack to maintain the parklet.
That's the intention of my motion, is to put it back to staff judgment.
Okay.
And that would be true for both the business under discussion and the other businesses that have applied to extend, which I believe is the other 4.
Okay, well, it seems like that's the only way, that's where the majority's going.
Okay.
Ryan, do you have anything? He's there, is he?
I don't have really much else to add. I'm a little confused about I'm not sure when the mayor was talking about that this could have been put on sooner. I mean, frankly, the reason this came up was because there was communication to me that you were in support of it, Ms. Mayor. So I wouldn't have seconded bringing this back up if I thought there wasn't a third vote for it. So that's a little confusing. But that being
No,
said,
sorry, my point, Ryan, was that the notification came out November 23rd, so there's plenty of time. You know, it didn't have to be this big rush. I'm in support of giving people the opportunity to have this. That's what I'm supportive. I'm supportive of democracy. So we have a motion?
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I completely understand where everyone's at. I mean, that's what the majority decides. That's it. I think, but I do agree with Souza. I've been contacted by many businesses, and the overall feeling in our community is that our council doesn't do much for the local business community. And coming out of COVID, and the number of people are there, it just seems ridiculous. And calling it a tourist facility is just. I mean, I know so many local people are there. Every time I'm there, I see at least a dozen people who I know who are local. Yes, tourists enjoy it as well, but I just don't think any of those characterizations are totally fair. And it's just been, it's been so difficult trying to even keep employees. We've got to think the best we can for these businesses, and I think that balancing it. Yes, it's something that shouldn't be permanent. I wouldn't vote for it to be permanent, but allowing a little bit of extension of the rules to try and help support and help get a place that's been successful and has employees and really does support our local community much more than it does tourism, in my opinion. I just wish we were a little bit more open-minded, but I also appreciate what the other comments from my colleagues are.
And I agree with that. I just, almost on a daily basis, I hear from people who want it out. So there are definitely two sides to this.
Do we vote, and then we can vote on extending the meeting?
Yeah,
If you'd like, we had one more speaker card come in after you close the public comments, so it's up to you if you want to
We need to
open
vote
them
to
again.
extend the meeting.
Today's meeting doesn't end at 9:30.
Oh, it's 10:30.
That's the
This
next.
is guided by those new rules.
Okay. I think we have one more public comment on this.
Well, you're set precedent.
What? I think we should just vote at this point. So roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney, I want to change my vote to a no. How do I do that?
We haven't announced the outcome yet, so say now.
I changed my vote to no.
All right.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 5. Urgency ordinance establishing regulations for the subdivision and development of Senate Bill 9 properties.
Yeah, and the whole Senate Bill 9 discussion is a very dense, complicated discussion, but we'll try to keep it fairly high level here to allow for discussion. Give me 1 second to share my screen.
And if I could make one initial comment, this isn't the last word on Senate Bill 9 implementation. The proposal is a temporary 45-day ordinance that will be in place, to have something in place upon January 1st when the bill takes effect, then maybe extended by council at the second meeting in January, creating space and time to have the full assessment. We haven't completely, these issues are being worked out.
Right. And
And the effective date is January 1?
January 1st.
yes, so Senate Bill 9 goes into effect January 1st. So the urgency ordinance is brought today to allow for some objective standards to be in place when that goes into effect, if council desires. We discussed this at the last meeting when the item was initially discussed with the question of, do we want to prepare an urgency ordinance for consideration? So we talked about it a little bit. The gist of it is that SB 9 allows lot splits to be permitted by right if a lot is at least 1,200 square feet. In other words, the city would be required to ministerially approve a housing development containing up to 2 residential units on a lot in single-family residential zones. And so that is what the bulk of this ordinance and discussion is focused on. This was the item when the Senate bill was being passed that over 300 cities wrote letters of opposition to, and the reason why is because SB 9 essentially removes the city's ability to impose most of its zoning standards. The one exception to that is what we're proposing today, which is the city may impose objective zoning, subdivision, and design standards. And so the ordinance drafted today has some of those standards, and we'll go through those in a moment. The Senate bill does include some items that the city can't impose any standards, or that the city can't modify, such as it precludes the construction, or the city can't put any standard in place that precludes the construction of up to 2 units, period. It can't put any standard in place that precludes either of the 2 units from being at least 800 square feet. And the city cannot preclude the division of a lot into at least 1,200 square foot lots. And so those are, I guess, the minimums. And so the ordinance that we drafted focuses on some of those issues we'll get to in a moment. On November 9th, council directed staff to draft Senate urgency ordinance related to Senate Bill 9. Staff prepared an urgency ordinance that particularly focuses on key issues in Ojai. Again, this is a statewide mandate, so the city's objective standards focus on Ojai areas of concern such as fire hardening, water conservation, and sewer connections. The urgency ordinance does require a 4/5 vote of council. And as the city attorney mentioned, that first vote would simply put it in place for 45 days. It would have to come back in January to be extended. While that was working through the process, the city, the recommendation would be for the planning commission to do any work on developing a permanent ordinance if desired. We showed this image last meeting. There's a lot of different variations, but this is a pretty simple illustration of what the difference is between normal zoning code and Senate Bill 9. Normal zoning code is on the right for the city. On a typical property with current ADU law, you could have 3 units on a parcel. You could have the primary unit, the accessory dwelling unit, and a junior accessory dwelling unit. With SB 9, the distinction is you can have 4 units on on one original parcel. By performing a lot split, you can then have a new home and a new ADU on one part of the split, and then the existing home and an ADU on the other. So it potentially would go from 3 units to 4 on several properties, or on properties within Ojai. The urgency ordinance has the following objective standards. Now, each of these standards are something above and beyond the minimum in an area that the state has not precluded the city from providing objective standards. It's new law, so it is important to note that with any of these standards, I think we'll see over the next 6 months to 3 or 4 years, the state will probably keep modifying this and making some tweaks, or there may be challenges to some of the different standards that cities are putting into place, and that may change what cities are able to do. But these are the objective standards that are in the ordinance that we drafted. These can be included, or any of these can be removed or modified by council as desired. The ordinance specifies which residential zones are eligible for splits. For example, it indicates that the VMU zone is not a residential zone, which would be eligible for splits. It requires new SB 9 units to be separated from other dwelling units by at least 10 feet to provide adequate fire separation. It requires a solid 1 hour rated firewall between any SB unit and the primary dwelling, SB9 unit and the primary dwelling unit. Requires 1 off-street parking space for each dwelling unit. There's a couple exceptions to that, where the state law has precluded the city from regulating, such as in, I think they call them like high transit zones, which we don't have any. There's a height limit on SB9 dwelling units of 16 feet proposed. There is a maximum size limit of 800 square feet, and so if you recall a couple slides back, we noted that the minimum size limit by state law is 800 square feet. So the objective standard proposed would be to have a maximum size limit of 800 square feet, which could be modified by council. Requires a minimum setback of 40 feet because our different residential zoning codes have different setbacks of anywhere between 20 to 40 feet. So the recommendation would be to require a minimum setback of 40 feet for SB9 units. It requires a minimum 25-foot wide panhandle for a flag lot so that there's safe and secure property access. And then it includes design requirements, which were not in the original state law, such as meeting lighting standards, landscaping standards, color standards, and ensuring tree protection for oak trees and heritage trees. And then one key one is, or one related to the water conservation discussion, which with the rain maybe doesn't feel as timely, but one proposed standard would be allowing the city to suspend or to essentially place a moratorium on SB9 units during any period where there's a stage 5 drought declared within Ojai. And again, one key point to each of these are specific to SB9 units, not, these are not standards on units that are built through the city's typical practices or typical planning and zoning code. This is units that would have not been allowed, but they're only going to be allowed now as under SB9. And so these would be standards that would help ensure the city has regulation of those units. There's a couple other standards that we've seen other cities implement. Everybody's scrambling to do these by January 1st, so these are kind of coming out as we were drafting our report. But some cities have, and one city we thought had removed it, but it turns out we confirmed right before the meeting today, they did keep, is Los Altos Hills.
Los
correct?
Altos Hills in the Bay Area,
Yeah.
Silicon Valley.
So we confirmed earlier today they did keep that, they kept a deed restriction which required any SB9 units to be affordable for low or very low category categories. We've seen some include a what's called a citizens reporting section in the ordinance that allows residents to report violations of deed restrictions or residency term requirements. And just simply what that means is the ordinance right now does require that when somebody does a lot split, they have to live on their unit or in the primary unit for 3 years. So, but there's not really an enforcement mechanism. So some cities have included that as an enforcement mechanism. We've also seen where cities, and these are larger policy discussions, so we didn't include these at this time. They made changes to their standard zoning, such as adding fire separation, adding historic districts, having stricter fire mitigation standards, or having inclusionary housing policies, for example. And they had those, they adopted those kind of citywide and then applied them to SB9. Since we're only discussing this as an urgency ordinance, we did not recommend any major policy changes. But those are items that the council could consider. And then, as we mentioned, if it's adopted, the recommendation would be to have the Planning Commission continue to review. So the council could identify if any of those are, if there's interest in any of those for the Planning Commission to review as well. So with that, there just a couple last notes. One thing, we've been talking to other cities in Ventura County about this. Initially, all cities in Ventura County were concerned and had said they were going to adopt an urgency ordinance. I think as they started to work through it, and as everybody was trying to understand it, the most recent update we received is that only Thousand Oaks and Ojai are considering adoption of an urgency ordinance prior to January 1st. It sounds like most of the cities are saying that they're going to see how it pans out before they consider whether to adopt an ordinance. One reason why we brought it to council is basically just purely a number reason. Most cities that we've talked to have estimated that 20% of their lots, ballpark, but that seems to be a general number, 20% of their lots have the potential to be impacted by SB 9, meaning are big enough and the right size to be impacted. We ran some basic numbers, and we estimate that about 60% of the lots in Ojai would be could potentially apply to split their lots. So I think, and Thousand Oaks also indicated that they were higher than average as well. So I think that's why we do see Thousand Oaks and Ojai are the two cities that are considering adopting an urgency ordinance. So with that, that's the background and what the proposed urgency ordinance includes. So we will take any questions. The council recommendation, or the staff recommendation, was to identify any modifications to the urgency ordinance or adopt the ordinance. So,
Bill?
Yeah, quick question, just technical question. Your slide showed or implied that SB 9 dwellings would not have a junior ADU by right? Is that explicitly excluded?
No, SB 9 dwellings, has the right to have 2 units on the new lot created by the lot split. It could be a primary and an ADU, or a primary and a JADU,
So it could
or a
be-
primary, 2 SB 9 side.
So it could be a new home with a junior ADU or a separate new ADU, but not a junior ADU with a separate ADU.
Correct. You don't get 3. So on the slide here on the left, you could not add JADUs to the 2 homes. That would not be allowed.
I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
I'd like to understand the 60%. Where did that number come from?
that's based on running some fairly simple math. Since the lot splits would have to be 2 1,200 square foot lots, we looked at how many of our lots were big enough to accommodate those 2 1,200 square foot lots.
I think it's more than 1,200.
For a lot split, the resulting lots have to be
1,200 square feet.
1,200 square feet or larger. So if you take the minimum, 1,200 added up, it's 2,400. You have to start with
Oh,
2,400.
SB 9, okay, I'm sorry if I could just be clear about this. So SB 9 allows a lot to be as small as 1,200 square feet?
Correct. And
A separate parcel?
correct. And in fact, it requires that the city allow the lots to be.
Allow a 1,200-foot lot, which is really small.
Yes.
Yeah, so essentially a lot that's 2,400 square feet, for the most part, it's obviously hard to generalize, but that's 2,400 square feet can be split.
I think the hardest part for me to visualize that is. Yes, I understand that. The hardest part for me to understand is when I look at an 80 by 80 lot that I live in, that the mayor lives in. So that's what, 6,400 square feet?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is the mayor and I have the same capabilities of lot splitting ours in half because we're greater than 1,200 square feet. And that's where you arrive at your 60%, is you're accounting for homes like ours, as well as homes in the downtown corridor.
Correct.
As into that numeration that you feel people could split. I don't agree with that assessment, because I don't think that anyone in a small tract home like we have would do that. So that was my question, Mayor, was to get into that, the nuts and bolts of 1,200 square feet. As Councilman Wyrick said, 2,400 square feet is a pretty small lot. I'm not sure if we have any 2,400 square feet lots in the city. So So that's why the 60% number, I don't know how accurate that is, but I don't know if I agree with it. And I have further questions when we go to deliberation. Thank you.
Susie, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Is if we don't adopt these restrictions now, the other cities you said are waiting to see how it plays out.
So if,
What can they do? What can we do later?
so if we don't adopt now, people would be able to start applying for the lot splits on January 1st. And we could always consider it later. And we could send it to, council could send it to planning commission and have it, fully vetted and have a actual ordinance come back. That's not an urgency ordinance. But the people that applied have applied, so that they would be in. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not our last chance.
Mhm.
And then what was it you said about the requirement for someone having to live in their house for 3 years? What's the logic for that?
Yeah, and that's actually the state's requirement. The state required that when somebody does a split, they sign an affidavit saying they'll live in the primary unit for 3 years. The idea being, there were a couple of things that the theory is there were a couple of things the state did to show that they really are trying to help with affordable housing versus what people, I think that there's been a lot of speakers like I think it's Redondo Beach or Huntington Beach, their mayor's doing a lot of speaking on this, and what they are warning people about is the potential for somebody to buy a 6,400 square foot lot, split it in two, demolish the house and build two units and 2 ADUs. So this would require the person who does that to at least live on the property for 3 years.
Yeah, the flip side of that is there's many legitimate reasons why someone may need to move for
Correct.
a job or a birth of a grandchild, whatever.
Correct.
So, but now I understand the logic, yeah.
I have a question. But just to affirm, the point, James, in this is that to do the urgency ordinance, and I applaud you for being, ahead of the game, is to make sure that that our buildings have to follow, all building has to follow our city standards, correct?
Yes.
So that's why.
As much as we can.
As much as we
Yeah,
can,
okay.
yes.
And that's why Ojai is doing this, correct?
Right, and it's the law applies statewide across the board. So cities that want to make sure that there are specific city standards are going to adopt the urgency ordinance, and so that's why we're proposing it.
Okay. Randy, you have a question?
I'd defer to Councilman Blatz if he would like to speak before I speak again.
Do you have a question, Ryan?
Not really. I mean, I'll make a couple points, but just that if there's 60% of the lots, then 60% of the number of lots in Ojai is a lot less than 60% of the number of lots in any other city in the county. And then if you also include the rental number, with the highest number of rentals of any city in the county. So if there's a 3-year requirement for people to live there, they wouldn't be able to lot split something that was a rental. So I just want to say that the overall impact would be lessened significantly because of that. That's all.
Okay.
And Mayor,
If I'm right, and I guess I want to say is I think that is correct, right, James? I mean, based on you guys obviously tried to narrow down only lots that were 2,400 square feet or bigger, but you didn't calculate in the number of rentals in there, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, a couple of things we did look at just to give an idea is like things like the flag lots where it just wouldn't be possible. So that's where we started to drop. We dropped some things, but we didn't look at rentals versus we did not look at the rental issue. So.
Okay, any final questions? Let's keep it to questions because we still
Yes, I
have
do.
public comment.
Quick question, and Randy does.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So my question is, how many lot splits have we had in the last 5 years? I even look at last year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if anything, it was a couple. But the alternative side of that is that it wasn't so easy to split a lot. So
Pardon me?
it hasn't. SB 9 makes it a lot easier to split a lot. So there have not been any that I can think of. Maybe one in the last couple
At
years.
most, one in the last
Yeah.
2 or so years,
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
And then on top of that, the last question is, And how many new houses were built last year and the year before that and the year before that?
I think it's been one in the last 3 years. I can never remember what year it is.
Has Housing and Community Development put out any guidance or any commentary or anything at all on the implementation of SB 9?
Not yet. They have stated, that they expect their guidance to be out sometime in April, but they have not released.
So the
their
law
guidance
is
yet.
implemented January 1st, and HCD is saying they're not going to put out any guidance until months after implementation.
Correct. And the wisdom of that is left to Sacramento, although I will add, as we've seen in 3 or 4 other issues where HCD puts out, quote, guidance, they're likely to read every ordinance adopted by the cities and then opine in their guidance that whatever is adopted is not lawful, which we will deal with if we have to.
What?
Move on to public communication. We have Bill Miley.
If I were a developer, I would do just what James said. I would come in and buy a bunch of houses. I would do away with them. I would split the lots, build a bunch that I could under the SB 9, sell them, and then go on to the next lot. And that's bad for Ojai. Right now, in my estimation, 10% of our housing stock is empty. Nobody lives in it. I have 2.5 houses on my street, which has like 20 houses on it not lived in. They're owned by somebody else. So I think that we should go slow on this, trying to retain the basic features of historical Ojai. I like the elements of the proposed emergency ordinance because it would allow us to meet the law, but it would help implement it slowly, carefully, and see what happens throughout the state and challenges to it, since most cities were against it. I think that's probably about it. So I would suggest that the council seriously consider adopting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, we'll open for discussion.
Ask Bill for, what, I mean, Bill? You ask him a question? Bill? I have a question. When you said you urge council to seriously adopt it, are you saying that you seriously recommend we adopt the urgency
Yes.
ordinance, not the standard?
No, adopt the emergency, because as I understand it, January 1st comes, and I'm the developer, I'm buying houses right away.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I don't think so. No, discussion. Oh, anything on Zoom? Gail, sorry.
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who is here to speak on this agenda item, if you would use the raise hand function and raise your hand, I will call on you. No one's raising their hand.
Okay, now we're ready for discussion. Bill?
Yeah, I've kind of struggled with this one because,
Yeah.
on the one hand, I've spoken a lot about the need to all of the above in terms of affordable housing options. And I know we had a disagreement about the tiny home issue in terms of side conditions. And I think it was an honest disagreement, and we had a compromise in terms of a trial program. But we thought about that for a long time. Well, it took, I think we deliberated on that issue for, 2 years? And so I've had some really compelling arguments made to me about the fact that this is a bad look for us to adopt something that looks like it's an attempt to restrict options for affordable housing, and I'm very sensitive to that. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Miley says is pretty compelling. We're talking about something that is pretty precipitous. The governor signed this in September, implemented in June, no guidance from the regulatory agency in charge of it. This basically gives us time to assess and think about it. It doesn't mean that we necessarily are going to keep all of these stipulations in place for the long term, but it gives us time to learn and think and observe and really understand the implications, because I'm very worried about the unintended consequences of precipitous changes like this that we really don't fully understand. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. I think we need time.
I agree, and it will not provide homes for very low or extremely low income households. It will not help poor people. It will make rich people richer, and it will, potentially grow the population in a time when we are in the middle of a ridification and moving from stage 4 to stage 5 drought potentially. Great, it rained today, but we cannot forget that. And so I think we just have to be very careful, because as we know, the word affordability has been co-opted by developers. You could make $120,000 and still qualify as affordable housing. So these ADUs and junior ADUs are not going to be for poor people unless we rent stabilize them, which we're not going to do. So I really support this urgency ordinance, and I'm really grateful to James and Matt for making it happen. Really, really super impressive. I did speak to the mayor of Redondo Beach about this, and he's doing a great job really fighting this for his community. And I think we're ahead of the game, and I think that's a great place to be.
Mayor, I had this conversation in VCOG, and it was interesting. They came and they gave the mayor from Redondo Beach, he came and he gave us he didn't come, they did a Zoom presentation. And what's interesting to me about this is this mandate is being dictated to cities because of their inability to build affordable housing. Mm-hmm. Let's not forget that. Mm-hmm. And so for that gentleman, especially in these beach communities, I mean, it's like, we have ours and you'll never come here. You're not allowed here. And I'm not going to get into the race issue or anything like that, but a lot of those communities are predominantly white. But what's interesting is that's what I struggle with. On one side is I see it's a deterrent to affordability, to building affordable housing. Now, one of their arguments was there was no affordability in the tenet of this SB 9. I get that too. So, and I agree with you on that if it's not affordable by nature, then why are you making us do this? So, and then when I listen to Mr. Miley, who I respect, and the fear of someone coming in and tearing down a small house on a small lot and putting 2 houses on it, I guess the part of me says, well, how do I get to the second house? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if SB 9 circumvents that. I'll let the legal minds figure that one out. But but I don't like to live in fear. So part of me doesn't go along with that because I haven't seen it. And I haven't seen ADU excessive development in this community, and I haven't seen any development period in this community regarding additional housing stock. So that's the other part of me that I vacillate on this here. I don't think we've seen enough information from other entities. If only 2 cities in the county of 10 are doing this, why are the other 8 not? And Thousand Oaks, the city of Ventura, Oxnard, I mean, they have a hell of a lot more land that they can develop than we do. So again, I don't even see why this is an issue for them either. So I don't know, like I said, I go back and forth on this. Right now, I'll be honest with you, I can't support it right now because I don't think that we've done our homework on it well enough. My fear is, like Matt said, that we're gonna write something, we're gonna give our giveaway to the state, they're gonna review it, and then they're gonna write something that's gonna take away anything and everything that we feel we can do. So, it's a tough one for me, and I have listened to this debate, and I will make my decision when we make the roll call. But right now, I know which way I'm leaning.
I think I'm in the same boat in this situation as Councilmember Haney. I just finished reading the very compelling letter from Jeffrey Starkweather, and I feel that we should all have read it before the meeting. My excuse is that I don't have internet where I'm currently living, but he makes a strong argument for not adopting the urgency ordinance, and I have to say that I agree with the points that he made. It's going to be an editorial in the Friday paper, and if we can act on this later, I mean, our situation is so dire that I'm very hesitant at this moment to adopt an urgency ordinance. I really am.
I just want to say that SB 9 will feed the Ojai gentrification machine. It will make rich people richer, and it's not going to help any poor people. So I just think we really need to keep that in mind. And then, once again, the state will be able to come in and tell us what to do. And we won't have to follow city standards. So I'm just going to keep saying this, this is not going to help people who extremely low, very low income households. It just won't. So if those are the people who need our help. We don't need more housing for wealthy people. We need more housing for poor people. So I would say this is urgent, and we do need to adopt this. Bill?
Just my final statement before we take a vote on this. I want to just pose a rhetorical question to my colleagues. Will we be able to have more information and make a better decision in 45 days than we can make tonight? And I think the answer to that is yes. This is 45 days.
Can you clarify where the urgency ordinance runs out in 45 days?
Yes.
I should know that. I wasn't clear on that.
This is for 45 days. And at that point, is that correct?
Yes, 45 days, if adopted tonight by a 4/5 vote, it can be extended 2 times for up to total of 2 years.
Right.
In 2 further extensions.
In other words, we have to visit this again in 45 days, or else it goes away. Right. And will we have more information in 45 days than we do tonight? And be able to have making more informed decisions on this complicated matter? I think the answer to that is yes.
So you're saying February 1st?
Yeah.
A month later, this will be on the agenda again?
It would come back to council the second meeting in January, if it were adopted.
So the question, whether we adopt this or not, the same information is gonna come back in 45 days.
Same information with any new information we receive.
Would come back in the same amount of time, whether we do this or we don't.
Well, no, if
we're
we
still
do this, it doesn't go into it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm talking, I'm not done.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So that's what I'm saying, is the same information that we're seeking is gonna come back in 45 days, or 60 days, or 75 days, whatever it takes. Are you saying that if we don't have this ordinance in place, that we can't re-adopt it, or that we can't amend it?
No, it can be, council could choose to not adopt now and consider it in January, February, or whenever
Right,
council
and
wants
there's
to.
no penalty on us.
No penalty, however, anybody who applied prior to then would, which we don't, that's the missing piece here that nobody
So
knows.
We would allow an entitlement that we otherwise would have 45 days to think about before we granted.
Ryan, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, thank you. A quick question. In 45 days, would it still require a 4/5 vote to continue the urgency ordinance, or at that point, would it turn into a regular ordinance? It wouldn't require the 4/5 vote.
If it is extended as an urgency ordinance, it's 4/5 vote. At any point, it could be converted to a regular ordinance by majority vote. The reason for the 4/5 vote is so it would take effect now, if adopted, ahead of January 1st.
Yeah, prior to a second reading, right?
Correct. And without going through the planning commission. If it was to be done in regular order, it is just majority vote, but would require a trip through the planning commission at a notice public hearing, and then first and second reading here at council. But that would be just by majority vote.
Well, I'll say this, the hard part is that if we pass an urgency ordinance, we won't get any feedback on how many people actually want to do this in town. And we can always jump in, and we can always call a special meeting at any point if we feel like this is something that's going to be overwhelming. But I look at this and say, we know we're not going to do any tract home developments. We know there's no new housing being built in Ojai. We know we don't like the idea of apartment buildings. We're not really usually supportive of that. These are smaller lots, and whether they are affordable under whatever definition you want to have for that, they're clearly going to be less expensive. And we have a crisis in our school district of families that can't live here. We all agree that the diversification of our local economy is one of the most important things we can do, but our workforce and our housing costs and our cost of living don't support that. And the potential increase in the number of people with one extra unit is not significant, in my opinion, that it would be detrimental to all services and other things in town. But we all agree that this is a very creative way that the state has come up with to try and say, hey, how can we get infill housing? I mean, it's not significantly different than being able to put an ADU on your property. I mean, they're darn near the same size. It just does create a lot split, but we haven't seen an overwhelming nature of that either. I just think we got to give it a shot. We can always stop it quickly, but if we don't let it start, how do we know whether it's something that can really provide the need and all of these needs that we have talked about? I don't see this as I think Ojai was built gentrified. I don't know if it is being gentrified. I feel like this is an opportunity to see, hey, is there some element of this that could be the missing link? Because there's no other ideas we have. We're not building any affordable housing right now. We're not building anything that's less expensive. Housing prices are going up. We're not seeing an increase in students in the school district or a change in our economy. These are the things that, at some point we got to figure something out that's going to do the things that we all think are so important. I don't see a crisis of this until there's a crisis. I see the crisis that we have now, and this being one of the tools in the toolbox, and this crisis is statewide. I don't want to see Ojai overflowing with people or having putting in a giant housing tract. But if people are willing to split their lots, there's clearly 40% of the lots in town are under 2,400 square feet. We're not talking about all of them. You can't rent it out. If you're already renting it out, which we know we have the highest rental percentages, then obviously it can't be done either. I don't know a lot of people that would want to do this and chop up their lot in half. And I think most people, they don't have the open space. They'd have to literally tear down their own home. And if we see developers or people coming in to purchase the properties and starting to do this, between the purchase and then the time they're applying for permits, we'd have plenty of time to be able to jump on the grenade and stop it from overwhelming us. But I feel like we're not giving any chance for the opportunity to find something that can help us with this clear, really huge problem we have in this town, these fundamental problems. And I talk about it a lot, especially to people in the public, that longest average commute, lowest average income, highest average age, fastest declining population in the school district, an overall depopulation over the last 20 years in the city limits themselves. I don't want to live in fear either, but I think we got to give something different a chance to see if we can't change things, knowing that if it isn't going to work, we have the opportunity to step in and do something quickly and aggressively. But, I don't think it's going to be overwhelming. I don't think people are going to come into Ojai and start trying to buy up lots. I don't think people are going to sell them. I just don't see this as getting anybody all that rich. I see it giving opportunities for people who don't make as much money to be able to own property in Ojai, to maybe not rent, maybe be able to have a better working class environment and a lower cost of living so that we can get people here who are good citizens. So you know, I think we always have the chance to jump on this later if it's really flawed, and I'd hate to not give it an opportunity.
Madam Mayor, may I speak?
I'm sorry, Mr. Riley, we really gotta keep going.
It has to do with housing.
I think we gotta keep,
No.
we gotta finish our discussion.
I think you spoke on this item too, Mr. Miley.
Yeah, I want to point out one of the issues of why, again, I posed the rhetorical question, well, we know more in 45 days than we know now in terms of unintended consequences. Because one of the things that happens if you're a developer and you're looking at a lot that you can pick up and divide by right is you're willing to pay more for that land because you're going to be getting more income flow from the lot split than you would without that ministerial right to a lot split. So one of the problems with these kinds of mandates is that some of the intention, you know, that we all want may be undermined by the nature of market forces that would take advantage of this situation. And I don't know if we really fully understand what the consequences are, the unintended consequences are of this kind of thing. And I just think we need to think through it, and we'll know more about it in 45 days before we sort of, you know, just let this happen without some attempt to meter and think about the consequence. So you know, the world is replete with broad brush legislative initiatives like this applied out of Sacramento to everybody in every situation with a lot of unintended consequences that people regret later. And I just think we ought to think about it for 45 days.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think it's also important to keep in mind in the last 2 years, and correct me if I'm wrong, the average sale of a house has gone up 40%. Is that true? In Ojai? 40%.
The statistic I know from our housing element is the average price right now is $950,000.
Right, which has gone, so it's gone an enormous amount during COVID. And I've talked to a couple real estate agents who are telling me about who's buying these houses, who's buying a third, fourth, fifth house. You know, who are these hedge funders in Wall Street? People coming in and buying up the town. And you know, just look around. You know, look at the cars that are in our town now that weren't, you know, the types of cars that are here now are different than 5 years ago, I would say. And so I think we do need an urgency ordinance because times are changing.
I would just argue, I mean,
I think there's going to be unintended consequences either way. And to my way of thinking, if you increase the housing stock, that in itself can help level things out if you increase the housing stock. And then also, it's not just developers coming in, it's the current homeowner that has an opportunity to do a lot split, and makes it easier for them to do a lot split and build an ADU. So I'm in favor of that. I'm not in favor of the urgency ordinance because I realize I can change my mind on that aspect.
I think Ryan had some.
yeah, thank you. I just was going to say that, I mean, we talk all the time about wanting to stabilize or lower the cost of housing. And yes, someone may, with a lot of money, come in and put 2 lots in, but those lots would both be less expensive than the original lot. And that's clearly the situation. They wouldn't be more expensive. And this isn't a ploy to try and make anybody money, but clearly if you are in the purchasing end and trying to live here and the cost of living in Ojai exceeds what you can do in town, having more less expensive lots available seems to be pointed in the right direction of trying to help. And again, the problem is that in 45 days, we won't know anything else. I mean, there's nothing, we probably won't know anything else whether we do this or don't do this in 45 days. But I can say that if it's open, then we don't have to wait 45 days. If things start, if there's a lot of pressure on our city to start doing this all of a sudden, and we can easily find out and keep track of if there's a bunch, people are looking to do this, then we can call an emergency meeting immediately. And then that would be where an urgency ordinance would make perfect sense. And we did it because of the threat, not because of fear, because there's an actual threat. But what else are we going to do? I mean, we can't tell people to sell their houses for less if people are willing to pay for them. But if they split them into two, they're going to be worth a lot less. And I don't think we're going to end up with that many more lots. Anyway, I would hope that we would keep an open mind, because I don't want any of those bad things that we're talking about to happen in this town either. But I also don't see us becoming a vibrant town the way we want it to be without finding a way that the cost of living for the average Joe is less in town. And having less expensive lots seems to me to be the way to get that done. So anyway, that's,
I'm ready for a vote.
and I appreciate, Susan, what you said. We can always change our mind.
Well, I guess we'll get this over with and make a motion and take a vote. So I am going to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation, and we'll have a vote, and that'll be that.
Okay, I'll second that. Roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
No.
Councilmember Blatz?
No.
Councilmember Haney?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to number 2. At this point, the watershed progressive update. We have the California Stream Flow Enhancement Program grant and pending implementation grant. So thank you for your patience, Regina,
Is she still here?
if you're out
Yeah,
there.
I did see her still listed, so I will keep, I won't do any introduction other than just give Regina a minute to get in. I see she's listed as an attendee. And so there is an action associated with this, which is why we didn't just let her off the hook today. There is a request to adopt a resolution supporting the application for 2 grant opportunities that are coming up. Both are fairly time sensitive. We had planned, and I'll ask Regina if she's still able to give just a very brief presentation. We had planned to do kind of a status update on the original planning grant, and then from there talk a little bit about the 2 grant opportunities. I think I see Regina's in now, so Regina, just noting that it's late, if you can briefly kind of give us an update and some information on those grants.
Great, and thank you, City Council and Mayor Sticks. What a night. Love Ojai, what a town. So I'll be brief. I did prepare a story map presentation, but if I'm hearing and reading the room right, it sounds like we'll probably put that story map presentation off, and maybe we just present on the update to the current grant and the current grant opportunity. So to get right to the chase, our current Wildlife Conservation Board funding grant is about to end in March. We have been very successful wrapping it up. We still have a few things left. I'll be giving a presentation as the city manager maybe asked me to come back in January or before the end of the grant. And we have some exciting things to share with you. In the meantime, to be brief, there is a grant opportunity with the Wildlife Conservation Board to ask for additional planning as well as implementation ask. Neither require any match from the city. They are both in the same type of funding module as what was done before. The funding would go to the Ventura County Resource Conservation District, and the funds would go directly then to the city constituents. So if I can break down the 2 grants for you, One would be to the Wildlife Conservation Board for planning. And that, I don't think I can share my screen, but I believe it's in your packet. And that would be to work on 60 different projects within the city. Oh, thank you. Join as a panel. Thank you. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can share my screen and not show you my teams. Whoops. All right. So the first grant would be a planning ask, and it would take the goal is to do enhanced stream flow projects that would do water conservation or infiltration. The partners involved are all across the watershed, but primarily it would be Ojai City. There are over 200 planning projects involved in this that would total 1,366 acre feet of summer baseloads for the stream through water conservation efforts, as well as 96 acre feet for enhanced water quality. So that's a planning grant. It also includes 10 to 14 miles of planned design and engineering for the city drainages to make them infiltrate upon the perched aquifer. So that's for the planning element. Again, there's no match to the city. We have already put in a concept proposal. The agency, out of 53 proposals, they did ask for 22 to come back to full proposal, and this was one that was asked to come back. The due date is January 14th, and we would need a city resolution to be included in the package. So this is the planning ask. There's also an implementation ask, which is also in your packet. And let's see, the implementation ask. Well, let's see here. Is right here. It's a very similar map, a few different partners. What that implementation ask is for is whatever projects are ready. And so in the Ojai City region, that would be projects such as the Signal Street project, the Rain Garden at Libby Park, as well as some of the projects throughout the two different neighborhoods of Downtown South, Topa Topa, and the Sphere of Influence that were planned and designed. So those would be included and funds would be available to move forward. And so I'm trying to be brief in that. And again, there's no money required from the city as match. The other partners in the implementation ask are Ojai Valley Inn, the Thatcher School, Pheasant Hills School, the Katz Ranch, as well as the Ventura River Water District and some East End ranches. So I know time is short. I think with that, I will open it up for questions.
Regina, this is Bill Wyrick, and I have a question really for you and the staff to think about. First of all, I'm very much in favor of this because, again, it leverages the work that's already been done without any financial liability on the city in terms of accessing these increasingly large grant sources. The question I have is, we passed item O tonight, which was the notice of intent to draft a watershed management program for stormwater discharges.
Yes,
And
I saw
I
that.
noticed there was a second pathway option under the watershed management program that talks about basically providing flexibility, customization, et cetera. And so what I'm
Yes.
really asking you, Regina, and James together, is this a crossover here where the benefits of this planning that's going on and under this whole initiative might have some crossover to the second pathway option as well?
I can give you that answer that I do believe that there is a crossover on that pathway. And so when we define what stream flow enhancement is through the eyes of Wildlife Conservation Board, it is two different factors, and one is water quantity, and one is in our streams, and one is water quality.
Right, and a lot of the capture of surface flows has that immediate benefit, both the proposals you've developed for stream course recharge, as well as capture in on the streets itself. Basically, it seems to me there's a complementarity here that if staff did chose to go ahead with the second pathway option, could take advantage of this work under this whole approach to have some benefits along those lines as well. Yeah, I hope if I'm reading this wrong, let me know.
I think you're correct. I think the challenge for us to take the second option at this time, the reason why we recommended the first option.
Yeah, we passed it already.
Yeah, is it just a timing challenge? You know, even the fact it was already, the county missed a deadline and had to get all the cities to immediately adopt it, so we're all in compliance.
Okay.
So that's why we just recommend.
All I'm asking is that possibly you, staff at the staff level with.
Review that.
With Watershed, Progressive, Explore.
Yeah, and we could have the opportunity to reconsider.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I think this mask is beating me up tonight. I'm sorry. You know, it's funny, that one woman who spoke about her severe health condition, and I'm sitting here, going, you don't hear what I was thinking. And now I'm sitting here going, God, she's right. But, Regina, I just had a couple quick questions. I always ask this, acre feet a year. Remember?
Oh, I got that for you, Randy. Let's see, Councilman Randy, let's see. How much is an acre foot per year?
Oh,
I do want to invite, we'll share this link of this presentation, and we'll also give it at another council meeting. But this is a story map, and I'm zooming through it, but there is an image that we put in there just for you. And so how much is 1 acre foot? If I can get to it.
Remember,
Very
I think
interactive.
you did a football field for me, didn't you?
I did. We
remember it clearly. So
we made a football field, so we'll release this to the staff. And so how much is an acre foot, if you can see my screen? Again, 1 acre foot is 325,000 gallons, 325,851 gallons. It's enough water for 10 people in California, depending on where you are, but at least in Ojai, which is about 2 households, depending on how you use your water. It's also about the same as an Olympic swimming pool, but it's a football field 1 foot deep. And so what we're seeing through some of the strategies, which are being planned, designed, and right now, actually, a lot of the residents and commercial businesses are already taking those designs and have already built some rain capture systems. I know they reported to some of our staff, they collected 1,200 gallons yesterday. But these strategies can offset about 70% of the needed water in Ojai if everyone went through and did this. So that's a lot. It's a lot of water that's available, but an acre foot. This program, just in the land resilience program that the city helped with, essentially will result in, I'm skipping ahead here, if everyone in the land resilience partnership went through, I think it's about, I have to get to, let's see the
Okay, well, I don't want to prolong this, your demonstration, but I have a need, if you can, the next time you do the presentation, is add up all of our acre feet that you're representing that we have the opportunity to save, store, harvest, however we choose to call it, and then actually take a look at what the city or the community is using to date. And I think it would be a great opportunity to demonstrate to the citizens of Ojai, who were already saving or have reduced our water use by 30 to 40% already, that by doing this, how that will help us in the future. I think it's an important number to demonstrate, not just to us in the chamber, but to clearly explain to the community. If you could do that, I'd really appreciate it.
You've definitely got it, and I believe it's actually
Thank
embedded
you.
in this presentation, but I'm trying to be brief, and
And
I'd have to go
obviously, I
find it.
support this 100%.
So I will,
we have-
I'll leave you to the resolution to move on with your evening.
We do have one public comment on this, Bill Miley.
Bill, you amaze me.
Hello, Bill Miley. I attended the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency, I don't know, last week, I guess. And their comment, as I heard it, was that the effective refill of the basin occurs east of Karn, and any additional water penetration west of Karn basically doesn't go into our groundwater. Bill, do you agree with that? You were there.
I could speak to it when the mayor allows me to.
All right. Let me just say,
Okay.
because I was
I'm
asking
gonna go through the
about-
mayor, Bill.
What?
I'm gonna go through the mayor.
Okay. All right. I was asking about bioswales in the city of Ojai, and that's when that comment was made that they don't produce much. I also asked about the San Antonio spreading grounds. And I remember years ago, there was a grant of $2.5 million to redo those. And as I remember, the board of the Basin Agency said, they're basically useless now. And no one's doing anything with it. And as I remember, they used to produce 156 acre feet of recharge every year. That bothers me, that it's being left to die. Thank you.
Any Zoom comments, Gail?
If there's anyone in the Zoom chat room that is waiting to speak on this agenda item, if you could raise your hand with the raise hand function, I will call on you.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion? Yep, Bill?
May I go ahead? Okay, real quick to Mr. Miley's comments. I think it's clear that unless you have specific, and this came up in the OBGMA discussion, unless you have a specific recharge well that goes through the clay layer on the over the clay layer that underlies most of the perched aquifer under the city of Ojai, that the stormwater capture and recharge, what that helps is our habitat. What it helps is all the trees in the community. What it helps is all the stream flow in the community, all the ecology. So yes, it doesn't go into the production layer. It helps our entire habitat. It helps our oaks survive, helps all of that. As far as the spreading grounds, that is a recharge into the production layer. And that recharge never worked. I mean, when they redid it, the screens were not designed properly for to backwash the sediment to allow it to operate, and so the county, the watershed organization, county watershed organization, has never allocated the funds to get it fixed, which is a real shame every time we see a storm like this. We could have been putting more water into the production layer in the recharge. So anyway, I said I answered that, and then I'm very much in favor of this with the stipulation that there be a discussion on the crossover with the watershed management plan. And that's my motion to approve it.
Okay. Any other comments before we?
I'll second his motion.
Okay, may we have the roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes, and thank you, Regina. Thank you for all the hard work. You're doing a fantastic job.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes, and Regina, be creative with James.
And I'd like to echo Ryan's gratitude. Thank you so much, Regina, for all your hard work on this. All right, we will move on to number 6 now.
Thank you.
And we've let, I preemptively told some of the speakers on item 3 that I think we're going to be out of time on that. So just to make that note for anybody waiting, because I think we're passing the 10:30 hour. Item 3 was the community funding item. So.
Yeah, I think item 6 is our last.
Yeah. So
Sorry, Brian.
I'd suggest ending on item 6, and anybody hanging out still on Zoom or to speak on item 3. So item 6 is required to be a public hearing due to some of the government codes related to city purchase of solar systems, solar panels, and solar and microgrid systems. And so it's a public hearing, and I had a presentation, but I with some pictures, but we won't go through it. The pictures are in the packet. So, in short, the city's been investigating solar and microgrid options for several years through various mechanisms. We've interviewed power purchase agreement providers and other agencies. We went through several processes with some of those organizations, and the challenge for Ojai has always been that when we really dig into it, we're just too small. We don't have the power demand that would justify or that would interest some of those organizations. So after investigating all the different options available, we contacted several vendors and solicited proposals. We solicited proposals for both solar panels and for battery backup. And we solicited proposals for City Hall, the Boyd Center, Public Works, and we are actually soliciting them now for a couple of the other city sites for potential considerations, such as the police department across the street. And so we got bids back. We've reviewed those bids. We looked at kind of the biggest bang for our buck when looking at all those different locations. And our recommendation at this time is to proceed with the what we're calling the first phase of solar panel installation for City Hall, because City Hall is a key location for multiple reasons, such as a lot of the emergency operations and things like that operate from here. And the battery backup will allow those to continue during power outages or emergencies. And so what is presented to council for consideration is an agreement with California Solar Electric. They were one of the 4 organizations that we requested or solicited proposals from. They came in at the lowest cost. They have a solid reputation, and they're a local, I think now they are located in Ventura, but they're a local company. So they had proposed installing carport mounted solar panels here at the City Hall parking lot site for $196,000 with a battery backup, which would be approximately $49,000. The expected annual cost savings of the solar panels is about $12,000 at today's rates. The estimated payback period for the solar panels is about 15 and a half years at today's rates, which most likely it's going to end up being a shorter period as rates increase. The panels are guaranteed to warranted to last for 25 years, but they're still expected to produce 70% of power even after 40 years. So potentially we're looking at 35 years of savings after that payback period or longer. Last year, our annual City Hall bill for our City Hall site totaled approximately $17,000. So again, the solar panels would offset about $12,500 of that at today's rates. And so with all that said, we are recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution that makes the necessary findings and that authorizes the city manager and staff to execute a contract to install the solar system and the battery backup at City Hall for about $240,000, $246,274. We had $140,000 in the Measure C budget this year. Since we ended up doing the carport and the battery backup, we've exceeded the cost we had estimated just for solar. But that funding, we anticipate that it's going to be available based on the current performance of our TOTs, our transient occupancy tax. So we recommend proceeding with that project and adopting the resolution.
Thank you, James. Questions?
Yes, James, one thing that I noticed, first of all, that estimate you have of the rate of return, I consider the absolute low end.
I think so, too.
And the reason for that, you mentioned reason one was rates are rising. And we know that.
Yep.
The second thing is that, and this gets to the recommendation, the big payoff beyond the actual cost of the normal rate per kilowatt hour is the ability to manage your demand charges. In other words, your peak load at any given time, as well as time of use charges. And I noticed that the recommendation C only mentions continue to operate during grid outages, where the big payoff, from my understanding, well, I've actually been experimenting with my own microgrid system at my house along these lines, is the ability to be able to program it so that you're using battery backup not just during grid outages, but also for managing demand charges and time of use charges, where you can shift the load off the peak, which is also the kind of thing that the Public Utilities Commission is strongly encouraging. So I would hope that if we pass this tonight, that we include that it's not limited to just operating during grid outages, but also to be able to take advantage of avoiding peak load demand charges and be able to shift load from time of use peak rates to off-peak rates.
Yep. Agree. That language we had about the battery backup allowing us to operate during grid outages was general language to try to justify the battery backup, but there are the additional...
That's even a further justification.
Yeah, there's additional benefits.
I just want to make sure that any system we adopt would have that capability.
Yep.
Because that's the big payoff.
Agree.
And the other thing is that I would hope that if we did pass this tonight, that there's the flexibility that the exhibit attachment A isn't locking in those particular equipment choices, but leaving that at discretion of staff. In other words, they're going with a contract with this company, but still could talk with the company about, are those inverters the right ones? Are those batteries the right ones? The Tesla batteries can be, for example, in short supply sometimes. They're also not user serviceable. There are other battery packs that are user serviceable or modular. It's not a matter of just, when it degrades, you have to throw the, basically depreciate the entire thing, but you can do the replacement modules. I just want to make sure the staff would have discretion to fully vet the equipment in the specification where they're being locked into that by this recommendation. So
I think that's true. We could make that clear if not, but I think it's true even just as drafted. We didn't say it's that exact scope.
We're not if we pass this, we're not adopting that particular equipment exhibit.
That's correct. What's adopted is the company and the price.
Okay.
Discretion to make adjustments regarding the details of the solar PV system and the battery backup is with
The inverters, okay.
Fast power.
All right, thank you.
Pardon me, that was gonna be my comment to that was, I have no problem other than our lack of expertise in this area. So I would like to see us, figure out two things. One, that we don't exceed what we're, obviously what we're allocating for an expenditure tonight, unless it comes back to council, and why.
Yeah.
And then more importantly is, who's gonna maintain this, this infrastructure? And is that part of the contract? And if not, can you come back with something that states who's gonna maintain it? It's, I know personally with the equipment that I have, that we've had a number of problems with it. And fortunately, we did have a warranty with it, so.
Okay.
I just wanna, I think that's important, because this is not our field.
Yeah, if we could report that back and then any cost, if we looked at the different equipment and there was a cost increase, it would have to come back and be vetted and approved.
Great.
And we do have one public comment on this, Bill Miley. Okay, wow, okay, thank you.
Color me stunned.
Really?
Anyone on Zoom, Gail?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who wants to speak on this agenda item, if you would use the raised hand function and raise your hand, I will call on you.
Okay,
Let's make a motion.
motion?
Well, okay.
Well, I'm full of wind, but,
I
mean,
was
I
gonna
have
make a
plenty to-
motion, but I
I
don't
have
wanna-
plenty to talk about. No, I'm ready for a motion.
All right, I'm
I
going to make a
appreciate it.
motion that we approve this, the staff recommendation, the resolution, with the stipulation of also including the ability of managing demand charges and time of use charges, along with Councilman Haney's stipulation that if anything beyond this in cost would have to come back to council.
I'll second.
And a review of some
And-
form of maintenance
And a
contract.
report on the maintenance, repair, and
Okay.
warranty
All right.
coverage.
And we have a second. We have a roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, we will move on to any council member reports.
Yes, I have two quick things I want to bring up, if that's okay, Mayor?
I'll watch it on Zoom.
Okay.
I mean, I'll YouTube. My dog's in the car.
Number one, I have increasingly had reports of people literally being endangered by whizzing by skateboards in the arcade when they're walking along. There are reports of people being knocked down. There are reports of people who have talked to, especially young people, will you please not go through the arcade on your skateboard, and getting all kinds of uncivil response behavior, et cetera.
Old guff.
And what I want to ask this council and the staff is whether or not it is possible to deputize code enforcement people to target certain times when the situation is bad. And by the way, it's not just kids, it's also adults on their bikes and their skateboards. We have signs up that nobody's following. When people point out the signs, they're getting a lot of lip. And I wonder if it's possible to have code enforcement say, you know, stop, and if you don't stop, you compensate that equipment, especially if it's minors.
I don't know about confiscation of equipment by code enforcement staff.
I didn't say take it away from them, but for permanently. But, you know, parents have to come in and talk to somebody to get the skateboard back, for example, or we got to do something.
I'm happy to take a look into it. I don't know off the top of my head if the sheriffs have their powers. I don't know if we have the power to.
Well, that's why I don't think it's a
temporarily-
thing that we're going to have the sheriff's department do. But we got a problem, and people are already on the verge of being hurt seriously.
I think this comes under the heading of an agendized item.
Yeah, because this is a big discussion. We have to look at the underlying reasons.
Okay.
Why they are using, they should not be using
No.
the arcade, but we have to recognize why they are using the arcade.
But they're choosing not to walk.
Well, yeah, but
That's the
May I-
reason, they're choosing not to walk.
May I take this then as a request and a second to have a discussion of skateboarding in the arcade on a future agenda?
Okay, so that'll be I'll agree, future agenda item, and obviously, we're going to have to discuss the pickleball matter on a future agenda item.
yeah.
Okay, any other quick announcements?
Let's add, if you're doing skateboarding, you might as well add bicycling.
No, I would agree. Yeah, not following the posted rules, endangering, as a matter of public safety, people walking in the arcade.
Yes, but remember, the streets are meant to transport everyone, and our streets are no longer safe.
They're not walking when they should walk.
And with that, we're-
We'll save this. It's gonna be a really good discussion. Any other announcements? Quick,
I agree.
any quick things? Randy?
Real quick, I just, I'm just letting the council members know that I'll be bringing this back as an agendized item, but I am investigating personally all of these fire-related grants so that I can better understand them, hopefully bring back to council my understanding, so that council can then rediscuss my idea of changing our disaster council group from a quarterly to a monthly, and then be inclusive to all council members. And by having this information, I think the rest of the council members will see why. There's almost $4 million worth of funding out there as of today. And I don't think all of us truly understand what each group is doing specifically. We have an idea, but we don't have it down to the core of what they're doing. And there's a lot of redundancy in what I'm reading right now. And I think it's important as a council that we understand that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Just two quickies. I just want to say a great shout out to the Chamber of Commerce for last Friday's lighting
Fabulous,
in Libby Park. It was really, really wonderful. Great community event.
Fabulous.
And Boku Cafe opened today officially, and so go visit. New business,
Did
plant-based
you make it?
cafe. I did. Cut the
I'm
ribbon.
gonna go on the weekend. Yeah.
One other thing, could I ask real quick?
Yeah.
Have we gotten anything back from HCD on the RENA, possible RENA classification of tiny homes?
We have not. I believe the community development director was going to follow up with them to try to get a formal response, but we have not received it yet.
Okay, city manager report?
Oh, Mayor, I've been trying to, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan, I didn't see you.
No worries. Thank you. I just want to let you know, I completed my term as the chairman of the Air Pollution Control District today. And I wanted to, first of all, thank just everybody over there. It was an amazing year. This was the best year of air quality our county's had in a long time, I think ever, technically. The Ojai Valley has finally gotten under the compliance minimums that it was required. And a big reason for that was a project that we all on the APCD board really have embraced. And it's a partnership with a lot of the coastal counties throughout the state. But we pay tankers to and shipping vessels to slow down in the Santa Barbara Channel and up and down the coast. And that has significantly reduced the amount of offshore onto the shore air pollution from the large vessels that are out there. And we don't have any jurisdiction out there, so we can't mandate rules or anything like that, but it's a really creative, positive project. And it also has the byproduct, and maybe the more important part, that it has saved the lives of thousands and thousands of whales by going significantly slower. So it has this really positive dual impact. And we funded that again, and it's been a really amazing year over at APCD. I know that they're still working on some stuff for the city as far as greenhouse gas inventories, and COVID has kind of slowed everything down. But other than some wildfires that were not in Ventura County that caused us to have some poor air quality in Ventura County, the overall air quality in the county, like I said, is at its best. And I think that's one thing about our county is we really do take seriously a lot of these environmental issues when it comes to air quality. With neighboring LA, which has one of the worst air quality indexes in the country, it's really just a positive thing. And there's a lot of hard work that goes into it that I've learned. And Supervisor Parks, all the supervisors have been really amazing in helping get us there. But I also really just want to thank Lockie Tassopoulos, Dr. Tassopoulos, who's the new director, has been amazing. So since today was my last day there and my last time presiding over all of them, I just thought I'd give them a nice shout out and just remind our council how important and how they've been a really great partner. But they've done a lot of work to help our valley, and it's showed. And like I said, the air quality in the Ojai Valley has never been as good. So just wanted to leave everybody with that. Thank you.
Great news. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for all your hard work on that. And it's Save the whales. Thank you.
Mayor, one last comment
Yeah.
too, as I'm leaving as chair also of the Gold Coast Transit Commission, and I can't speak to the air quality as well as Ryan, but I can sure say that Gold Coast is leading the county in air quality by going to all natural gas, which they did 2 years ago, versus diesel, and they are, in fact, we need to have Mr. Beck actually come and speak to us, but, in fact, he might be talking to you, James, but they are leading the charge on transitioning from gas to all electric and to hydrogen. So he'd be, I think we've talked about this recently, but he'd be a good person to have come and talk about where Gold Coast is going, because they're leading, they're not following.
Yeah, well, thank you for all your hard work, Randy, on that too. And that's great news, exciting. Any future agenda items?
Did you give James a chance to finish?
Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, sorry, James.
It's okay. I have just one item, and this is not my lunch pail in front of me. This is the first ever of our pilot program for our food scrap compostable food scrap collection pail in partnership with EJ Harrison, who's represented in the city of Ojai. So we got this in today. We are we have a limited number for the pilot project, and we are asking anybody who's interested in using one and being part of the pilot project to call our Public Works Department at 805-646-5581, extension 200. And we're going to test it out and then report back at one of the next council discussions regarding composting and all that. So starting tomorrow, people can call and sign up for that, and it'll come with some helpful information on composting. So. And food scrap collection. So, and that's all I have today.
More great news. It's super cute too.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, any future agenda items?
So we can
Oh.
assure the people on Drown that their street will be on the January agenda?
It will be on January. I think we have a full agenda for the first meeting in January, so my proposal would be second meeting unless there's some urgency.
I agree.
Yeah.
We already have the arcade,
Okay.
public safety, and pickleball issue in
Yeah.
the future agenda.
I was
thank you all.
visiting someone on Drown, and I was amazed how fast some of those cars just.
You know, I wanted to say something quickly about Drown, though. I was going to share it tonight, but I'm working on a street in Woodland Hills, which I really dislike having to travel to Woodland Hills, trust me. But they have humps versus bumps. And they are a interesting application because they work, and they're not hard on your equipment, or hard on your vehicles. I've hit them hard to try them out.
Got in that truck.
You got to do it. And you know what? If you go over it at about 15, 20 miles an hour, it's very safe. It's very sound. So again, when we get into that discussion, humps
Yeah.
are better than
It's all
bumps.
about the angle of attack.
Yeah, they're wider and softer.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody, for a riveting meeting. We're adjourned.
Get your paddle.